snooker fans all around the world.
We are here for the battle on the bays.
Quite simply, superb.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself.
The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
This is decision day in Group 5 of the BetVictor Championship League. Welcome everyone to the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, England, where tonight another player will join Tom Ford, Elliot Slesser, Xiao and Matthew Selt in next month's winners group. After yesterday's action, this is how the round-robin table stands. Xiao is already safely into the semi-final playoffs later this evening. Mark Selby has 1 foot in the door. Then it's a dogfight with the remaining 2 places open for grabs. Stuart Bingham, though, best placed at the moment. This session begins on table 2 with a must-win match for both as Wuizing takes on Oliver Lines. Don't forget you can watch that contest live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Here on table 1, the focus of our attention, the unbeaten group record of Xiao or Selby has to go. That's because the group's 2 100% men go head-to-head in a terrific start to the day's proceedings. Having told you that Natalia Gradinari is the referee and that my co-commentator is Stephen Horworth, it's time to get the pack opened. Morning, Stephen. We're on Xiao watch again. 5th match in this tournament, and so far, okay, he's missed a few balls, but he's looked mighty good.
He has, yeah. He's looked like a world champion, hasn't he, really? He's been pretty dominant in his matches. He's scored heavily, as you would expect from a player of Xingtong's class. But his opponent this morning exudes class himself, doesn't he? Mark Selby, one of the greatest we've ever seen. And as you say, that perfect, intact record will go this morning.
Slightly too thin a contact on the ready kissed into. It's still available, but from mid-distance, this can be rattled. Selby's got every reason to feel good about this match. Very encouraging head-to-head record against Xiao. He leads 5-1. But Xiao won their most recent meeting, quarter-final of the International Championship, late last year, 6-5, from 3-1 and 4-2 down. And Selby's 5 wins over him came between 2015 and 2020, so Xiao these days a much tougher proposition, Stephen.
Yeah, most certainly helped by the massive amount of confidence that he obviously took from winning the world title. I do recall that match between the pair in the International Championship. It was a very, very high standard game.
16.
There was a moment in that match as well where Mark feels that he had the game won, but ultimately lost in a decider, so it was very, very close.
17.
But one of the themes yesterday from Xiao, it was clear to see from the offset that he just gets the balls open so quickly. You're sat in your seat, he comes to the table with what looks like a half chance, and within a couple of shots, the table looks like a practice setup.
Yeah, complete opposite to Yan Bingtao, who when he was competing on the tour was one of the most reluctant players to go into the pack I've ever seen.
30.
Yeah, of course there's more than one way to win a frame of snooker, but this is the way that most players prefer to do it. There's so many talented players, so many good potters that when you get the balls open like this, it's hard to see where the mistake will come from. Well, just didn't quite get enough reverse side on that cue ball there. Landed slightly awkward on that black, just high of straight, which is not ideal. Bridging over, dropping this red into the middle. This is not a gimme.
Yeah, I think the only criticism we could make of Xiao is that quite often yesterday he got into the 40s or 50s and broke down. Not do or die for Selby this. He's got 3 more matches today. I think if he wins one of them, he's okay in terms of the playoffs.
Well, it's not a statement that you would often say when speaking about Mark Selby, but the safety shot that he played was very poor. Left that red to middle for Xiao Xingtong, and, well, of all the players on the tour, he doesn't take much tempting. He'll always opt for the aggressive shot, and he's potted it nicely and got himself right back in amongst them again.
4.
This frame should be over now.
When he's at the table, he's got this ability, Xiao Xingtong, to almost suspend time. He doesn't look as though he's rushing, and yet he plays remarkably quickly. Very deceptive.
He didn't play the best of shots from the previous black. I thought there might have been a little bit of value in just playing a little nestling cannon to the cluster of 5 by the pink. He would have been guaranteed on the red to right middle. Feels that you can just hold low for this red at the back of the pack. Yeah, nicely done.
21.
Frame ball, Stephen, this. 59 ahead, 59 on. He did miss a few blacks off the spot yesterday. And another one, I was going to say, goes astray. That is a travesty. That should not have gone in.
No chance. That is a shocker.
28.
He's missed that.
29.
Oh, it's never nice to see, is it? Particularly from Mark Selby's point of view. It'd be interesting to see his reaction here if we can just hold that. Is he up out of his seat? No, he feels like he should have been. How was that dropped, Phil?
36.
Well, they caught so much of the far jaw.
37.
The way these tables are configured, you've got more chance if you catch the far jaw than the near jaw with that kind of shot, but that had got no entitlement to go in whatsoever.
44.
But he was right in what you said about there were a few missed blacks yesterday from Xiao Xingtong, and they were all missed to the
50.
far jaw.
27.
Wouldn't be surprised if he went to the Crucible with one more title under his belt. Maybe this one will be it. Everything going swimmingly for the reigning world champion at the moment. 4 matches won out of 4 thus far, and the first frame here won. So let's go over to table 2, where Wuizing has basically secured the first frame against Oliver Lyons. He missed the red as we went over, but 75 up with 59 on. That means Wu has made the better start. So coming up on table 2, after that one, it's a Xiao Guodong doubleheader against Stuart Bingham and Oliver Lyons. Lyons, if he were to win his next 2 matches, could still sneak into the playoffs. And of course, if he were to win one of these next couple of matches, well, then he might just sneak into 5th and come back for Group 6, which gets underway tomorrow. Here on table 1, after this, Mark Selby's back in action against Neil Robertson in their umpteenth meeting. And then Robertson hangs around to take on Wuizing before Selby and Bingham play the 4th match of the session. Now, that one will be played on either table 1 or 2, whichever is the first to become available. Then tonight, from 4:30, we've got the remaining 2 round-robin matches before the semi-finals get underway. It's a really nice position for Xiao Zhintong to be in, knowing full well that whatever he does in this match, and then he's last against Lyons, he's okay for the playoffs. Of course, Stephen, Mark Selby's trying to do something that's never been done before, which is to win this tournament for 3 years in succession. John Higgins has successfully defended this title twice, actually, but he won 2 lots of 2. He's never won 3 in a row. One of the big stumbling blocks might be Xiao Zhintong if he carries on playing like this. What a pot that was.
Yeah, how do you like them? Just drop that in quite casually, full length of the table. Brilliant shot. Looking to get in amongst the main cluster, but has just lost the cue ball. But yeah, what you say about Mark Selby is right. It would be quite some achievement, actually, if he were to keep this trophy in his cabinet for a 3rd year running. You look at the format and you think of all the permutations that can go against you as a player involved in this event. It just goes to show the cream will always rise to the top.
Yeah, the other statistical note with Selby, he's trying to win his 5th professional tournament here at the Mattioli Arena in his home city. He won the WST Classic here, 2 Championship League Invitationals, and of course back in November the Champion of Champions.
Well, he's played a pretty decent safety shot there, Mark. I wonder if Xiao Zhintong is going to try and float this dead weight into the middle pocket, get cover on all the other reds. Felt that there was value in taking that on. Felt the only red he could leave was the one that he was playing.
You know, you were saying about the cream rising to the top, regardless of the format. I think the Championship League underlines that immensely, not just Invitational, but also the ranking version, which begins here in June this year. Look at the 6 ranking event winners Championship League-wise. Kyron Wilson, Dave Gilbert, Luca Brissell, Sean Murphy, Ali Carter, Stephen Maguire. It's not a format that would suggest that favourites and big names would necessarily come through, and yet they do.
Yeah, it's one of those events, isn't it, really, that as a player coming into it, you think, you know, anyone's got a chance to win this, and maybe this week it'll be my week, but you look at that list of players and it's the usual suspects, isn't it? Just goes to show that any format, really, it doesn't matter if it's a short sprint as these matches are or long distance at the Crucible. If you're good enough, you'll play under any circumstance.
Nice spot from Selby, and did well to just avoid the yellow. Just a little bit of news on table 2. We saw Wuizing having won the first frame convincingly. Well, he actually won it in a single scoring visit, a break of 75.
That was a nice clean strike from Mark, not the ideal position to be in playing that black. He was a little further away than he would have liked, but he struck it quite nicely. Got so many options available to him here. I just wonder if pink will be his target next. Get that back down this end of the table, just tidy up this frame. He's perfectly placed to just drop onto that pink.
Can't speak highly enough of Mark Selby, how he won the Champion of Champions and the UK Championship at the tail end of 2025. I thought he played brilliantly in both events. All-round brilliance. Obviously we know about his safety and tactics, but he was scoring, potting, unstoppable.
Yeah, he's back, isn't he? He really is. He's playing the wonderful snooker that we've known to love over the years from Mark Selby. I was so surprised last week that, I know it's hard to really say that results are a surprise when you talk about the Masters, you know, it's the top 16 players that are involved, but practiced with Mark a few days in the lead up to the Masters and, well, he was playing like God.
He did tell me yesterday, though, we were chatting about the Masters, and he did say that he came up against a really in-form opponent who played brilliantly on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes, you know, when you're up close and looking at these top players, seeing how they play, particularly in practice, you know, you do think to yourself, how does he not possibly win the next event? But of course there's so many good top players that are all playing well themselves, so it's so competitive, isn't it?
Well, I think if you go into a season and you win one tournament, you're happy. If you win 2, you're ecstatic. If you win 3 or more, you're on top of the world. Gone are the days of the Davis domination of the 80s, the Hendry domination of the 90s. Hendry won 5 consecutive world ranking events and got to the final of a 6th.
Yeah, it just can't happen now, can it? That sort of domination. It seems impossible, really. I'm sure Mark Selby would like that split back from the blue. He caught the wrong red there. Came down and just caught the right-hand red of the quartet. He was going along nicely. Worked that chance really well, but it looks to have come to an end. And he won't be pleased with that safety shot either.
And just tying up our conversation there about Selby and Hendry. Hendry is a massive fan of Selby's. He respects him so much because of the all-round abilities he's got. Oh no, that pocket again, this time a fluke.
Oh, goodness me, and look at the table, Phil. Well, Mark will be even more disappointed with his previous safety shot now.
One.
There was an apology, but it was rather understated.
8.
Yeah, do you think he meant it?
Absolutely not. Who has? I like the approach of a South African professional from the late 80s, early 90s. Never did much in the game. Real character, though, a guy called Robbie Grace. When he had a fluke, he just used to laugh in his opponent's face.
17.
Yeah, every credit. You can't really fault that, can you? Can you imagine that nowadays? There'd be straighteners galore in the arena.
Somebody told me recently that Robbie Grace was actually related to
24.
the fine South African golfer Brandon Grace. If that's the case, good genes there, sporting-wise. Yeah, he was a real live wire, was Robbie.
I thought he was going to say David Grace for a minute there. That would have been a set of circumstances. What a chance this is now, though, for the world champion. Deary me. I mean, this event, we tend to see some crazy flukes in it. I don't know what it is about these tables, but we do see some bizarre flukes.
We saw the best ever, and I think it will be hard to beat. Scott Donaldson. If you haven't seen it, I can't describe it, but it is available on YouTube. Scott Donaldson fluke. You will be astounded. But Donaldson's, I don't think, was quite as significant as this could be. What a setback it could be for Selby.
Yeah, it's always made so much worse when you sat in your seat, having seen your opponent just fluke a ball, when you desperately look at the table to try and find a ball safe, and there isn't one. Everything was in open play for Xiao Xingtong when he came to the table. So this black puts him in front. Perfect angle to just two cushion round for the red into the opposite middle pocket.
46.
I suppose the yellow being off its spot could be a potential stumbling block, but even that feels like I'm clutching at straws for Mark Selby.
47.
Yeah, Stephen, I think the last straw has been clutched.
52.
Only needs yellow, green and brown. Even had the impudence to put a little bit of side on to get closer to the green as if he needed to.
72.
If you're a fan of the Big Bang Theory, you will know that Dr. Sheldon Cooper is a great advocate of equations. Well, I've got one for you. Abundant skill and timely fortune equals unbeatable. Xiao Tong had both in that frame. He's 2-0 up. Big smile from Xiao as he went back to the table. And feeling a little more like smiling is Oliver Lyons, who has equalised against Wuizing at 1-1. Late call-up, remember, yesterday morning. I think he got the phone call around 9 o'clock to say that Kyron Wilson, the newly crowned Masters champion, had pulled out. Lyons dashed down here from Leeds. Oh, and the theme of flukes continues into that same pocket.
Yeah, how do you like them? The table looked lovely when he came to it. The first red was the obvious stumbling block, really, but he'll be pleased to see it disappear. Okay, not into the intended pocket, but great chance now to get amongst the black spot. Yeah, it was a free hit, wasn't it, this Championship League for Oliver Lyons. It wouldn't be a surprise to see him get a few results today. Still all to play for.
Yes, already been a profitable exercise for him. Can tell you Lyons secured the second frame with a break of 62. Here, Xiao Tong wants to win this frame. If he does so, it would mean for the second time he'd beaten a former world champion 3-0 in this group. Neil Robertson also succumbed by that score yesterday. I know that you and Ben Wollaston commentated on that match, Stephen. It was over in no time.
Yeah, he played very, very well. Neil had a half chance that I can recall in the second frame, and that was about it. Now look at this shot that Mark's attempting. Two cushions, trying to thin clip the red into the middle. No way near. Yeah, as I said at the top of the show, on the whole, I've been really impressed with Xiao Tong over the past, 24 hours or so.
I think for Mark Selby's mental well-being, it might have been a good thing that red didn't drop. It was nowhere near, really, but in the back of your mind, you're thinking, could it possibly?
Yeah, he's not really got a shot here, Mark, either. He obviously wants to play the cue ball into baulk, but he can't because that red over the corner pocket, dropping into them. Xiao may be tempted to come side cushion and try and pot that red just to resolve the stalemate. And Mark knew that he would come to the table and attempt that shot. Oh dear. Yeah, he's just flicked a little bit of unwanted right on that. Just squared it up off the side cushion, so Mark's punt has paid off.
Maybe Selby thought if Xiao did pot the red, he might not achieve position, and in the end, Xiao made a complete hash of it.
Now, Mark's sights will be, are there any obvious plants in amongst that main cluster? Because it would be full pace into them, you would presume.
Again, the snooker gods not looking down kindly on Selby. He made a great start yesterday morning in the corresponding fixture on table 2. A couple of centuries to begin with in a 3-1 win over Xiao Guodong. Then he beat Oliver Lyons 3-1, making 130. Before beating Wuizing 3-1 last night. Well, he did have it red.
12.
Yeah, in that victory over Wu, Selby made 137 break. He's been scoring potently.
17.
And as you would expect from such a great break builder, looking to get the black back on its spot as quickly as possible. That cue ball has just ran out a touch though, further than he would have liked. He's a little straighter on it. And he's got, what, a couple of reds available to him. There's one by the pink and possibly one at the back and to the right of the main cluster.
Always been intrigued by this, Stephen. You'll be able to answer my question. What's he like in practice? Does he play hard?
Yeah, he's absolutely granite, Phil. It's not enjoyable. No, he's superb to practice with because he plays exactly as he does in a match, and I think, you know, a lot of players could actually take a leaf out of Mark's book. You know, he gives every shot a pint of blood, which is why I like playing with him, because you know that if you are going to take a set off him or win the day, say, you've had to graft extremely hard for it. Good shot.
And what about pace of play? Presumably slightly quicker than it would be in a match, but still considered.
31.
To be honest, the pace of which he plays at in practice isn't all that dissimilar to how he's playing right now. You know, I don't think he's a slow player. I really don't.
32.
I think in those big moments, you know, at the big events, in really high pressurized situations, he can maybe just get lost amongst himself, get lost sort of get in his own way, if you like, but on the whole, how he plays in practice is exactly how he's playing now.
And when it comes to tactics, during the course of a day-long practice session with Selby, there must be moments where you learn something.
Oh, without a doubt. You know, that the whole reason of going to play with someone like Mark Selby is purely to learn. You know, you want to test yourself against the best in the world and, you know, pick their brains on what shots to play at what times and look at how they sort of conduct themselves. And actually, it's a really enjoyable challenge, you know, even those safety exchanges in practice against the likes of Mark Selby.
7.
You know, if you can win those little battles, you take quite a lot from it. I know it's only practice, but, you know, if you treat your practice properly, it still means something. Well, he's a few pots away now from taking this frame and just minding his work here, Mark, making sure gets that cue ball exactly where he wants it to be. Red at the back of the pack, pots to left corner, and then he'll just be looking for one more high value colour. So in Mark's mind, this really feels like frame ball.
68.
The red closest to the cue ball will not go, so more than likely won't make a century. But with 67 still there, he's keen to keep things tight.
Mark Selby 68.
72 in front. Xiao needs a couple of snookers.
Mark Selby.
So Xiao concedes. Good frame from Selby, that. He was rocking a little through no fault of his own. Now, though, he's still in with a real chance of snatching a win that would put him in the playoffs. He trails 2-1. I think one of the most remarkable things about Mark Selby's success in the tournament last year was the fact that he made 18 century breaks. He overcame Karen Wilson in the final, 3-0, and it was quite fitting, I think, that he finished off with a century. And it wasn't just the fact he made those 18 centuries in his groups and in the winners' group as well. They were high centuries. He had a 147, a 141, a 140, and 3 others in the 130s. He enjoys this environment, Selby. As for Xiao Xintong, well, while this is Selby's first introduction to the 2026 Championship League, Xiao did play in Group 4 and he finished 5th, 3 wins out of 6. That's why he's here in Group 5 and at the moment looking the favourite to win the whole thing. And of course, if he does make it into the winners group, given the 4 players who preceded him there, he would be regarded in terms of his ranking and his career achievements as favourite to win that group as well. Selby's popped out of the arena. That gives us a chance to have a look at table 2, where Oliver Lyons is now 2-1 up and, as you can see, with a chance to make hay in frame 4.
Yeah, we left this table at the start of last frame, having caught the first red from Oliver, the fluke to right corner. I'm not sure if you won the frame from that visit, Phil, but he won the frame nevertheless, and pretty good early chance this in the 4th to at least mount a few points on his side to take control of this match. Preparation was far from ideal for Ollie getting the late call up. I know that he didn't do all that much practice at the weekend. He enjoyed a day at Ellen Road watching the football. His team leads, he enjoys going to support them. To say that there were a few shandies consumed would be an understatement. So, as I say, preparation not ideal, but was here early this morning to hit a few balls, try and find a bit of timing, and already looking much better.
Can't tell you whether he won the previous frame directly from that fluke, but he did win it
13.
convincingly, 68-1.
He's landed well awkwardly here. Anything but on top of that red and he's okay.
We'll let you know how that one transpires. Here on table 1, can Selby force a decider? Xiao no stranger to playing a full complement of frames. Half of his wins yesterday were 3-2s.
And such is the fine margins in snooker, Phil. Had those results gone the other way, today he may have needed results to go his way.
There is another wrinkle here when it comes to the semi-finals. The player who finishes top of the group will play the player who finishes fourth, and the other semi-final will be contested by the player who finishes second and third. Now, I reckon if Selby were to win this match, the likelihood of Selby Xiao going head-to-head in the semi-finals would be quite low.
Yeah, and on form, actually, from what we've seen, it would be unlikely, I think, to not see them compete the final later on this evening. I think they've certainly been the two best players in this group so far. Of course, there's still loads more snooker to be played, and a lot can change before then. But we might be seeing these again later.
The pink not being where it normally is made that shot, in theory, a little easier. But he just skimmed off the red rather than making a robust full contact on it. And that's end of break. Cover was absolutely imperative, and at one point when he caught the yellow I thought the cue ball might finish in behind the brown, but it has not.
And a good decision from Mark there to try and screw the cue ball around the back of the pink. The black acted as a stopping ball for it. Just didn't quite catch it as full as he maybe would have liked, but still does have this pink. Again, it's always a sign of the best break builders in the world always looking immediately to get the high value colours in play. Try and make scoring as easy as possible. Still plenty of work to be done in this visit for Mark. Might not be a bad idea to play into the cluster again here. Chance to maybe get the pink back into play. Oh my goodness me. I tell you what, Mark has been absolutely cursed with all of his splits so far today. He either cannot land going into the reds or this happens. Well, in fairness, from that overhead, that did look like it was close to a set plant to that left corner pocket. Okay, there was a little bit of distance between pink and the red, but there's always a chance.
This time next week, Selby will be in the German capital, Berlin, to take on Liu Hongyu in the German Masters, the first world ranking event of the calendar year. Also involved in the World Grand Prix. takes on Aaron Hill. Oh, that's a typical Selby shot. Seeing value with little risk. As for the forthcoming Welsh Open next month, he's got Zhang Jun in the first round there. I expect big things of Selby over the next few weeks. Wouldn't be surprised if another trophy ended up in the cabinet. Now this time he might have been quite fortunate. The brown, I think, blocking a red that Xiao definitely would have taken on.
It's amazing how often that happens, you know. When you're sat in the seat seeing your opponent take on a tricky-ish pot, as the brown to middle was for Mark Selby, when you come to the table you see that very missed ball come to their aid and cover the red that you would have taken on.
First frame of the match in which you can use the word scrappy. Just mentioned those three tournaments coming up in pretty quick succession. Well, at the German Masters, Xiao Xintong takes on Zhang Jun a week today. Welsh Open, he's got Fan Zhengyi in his first encounter. Surely not dropped directly on the brown, has he? I think he has, you know, from his body language. Oh, can you believe it? And what about the World Grand Prix in Hong Kong, Stephen? It's the top 32 points earners from the season. And because of that, number one plays 32, two plays 31 and all that kind of stuff in the first round. Xiao Xintong opens his campaign against John Higgins.
Yeah, that'll probably be played on, what, table 3, table 4?
Well, if it does, I think questions will be asked in the Houses of Parliament.
Yeah, what a way to open the event. Two big hitters. It's a great tournament, that, isn't it now, the Grand Prix? Massive new venue out in Hong Kong. Huge event that all the players, come the start of each season, want to be involved in.
Well, the Players' Series as a whole is where you want to be. Because after the World Grand Prix, it's the Players' Championship in Telford, followed by the big one, the Tour Championship in Manchester, which is the last event before the really big one, the World Championship at the Crucible. Where, it goes without saying, both of these two will be serious contenders.
How do you see Xiao's title defence, Phil? Do you think he's got it in the tank?
Well, of course, there's that lingering Crucible curse talk. I don't think it will affect him. I really don't. You can't say he's going to defend the title, but I think he can certainly go deep.
Oh, what a shot that is from Mark Selby.
Wow.
Deary me. The vision to even see that shot. A plant onto a loose red to find the half-ball cannon to pop the red over the pocket.
Wow.
I think that's what's happened. What a shot.
Yeah, the execution was pretty nifty, but it wasn't that. As Stephen said, he used the right word. It was the vision, the imagination.
7.
Yeah, he's just invented a shot there that it just doesn't even exist. Like, what has he played? That was absolutely magnificent. And that was absolutely shocking. That's a big misjudgment from Mark. He's overhit that cue ball by quite some distance. Oh, I, for one, would have loved to have seen him win the frame off that very inventive shot to get the break going, but not to be. Still in control of this frame, though.
Now that's a shot that Selby would have been proud of. Nice contact on the red. Yes, he has left one, a shot to nothing, but at least the cue ball is just about in bulk. Well, as it turned out, he played for it full-bloodedly. No shot to nothing thoughts. And now from here, in what's been the most disjointed frame of the match without doubt, Selby really should draw level. Close call this. Natalia Gradinari tried to get the pink on its own spot, but it won't go. Doesn't really materially affect the break because it does go on the black spot anyway. The lead is 38. So this bog standard blue is frame ball.
You say bog standard, but it's not too dissimilar to the blue that he missed in the Masters against Xiao Guidong. Blue you should never miss.
25.
Safely in this time.
Yeah, not dissimilar to the most famous blue ever missed by a player from Leicester, Willie Thorne against Steve Davis in the UK Championship final in the 80s. Thorne in command against the great man. He missed that blue that eventually was named after him. The match went against him and Davis prevailed. That blue was an albatross around Thorne's neck forevermore.
37.
The other most simple blue I've ever seen missed was in a deciding frame in the Shanghai Masters Steve Davis against Stephen Hendry. And it was Davis who missed it. Hendry coming through somehow.
42.
The simplest shot. It wasn't a miscue, it was just one of those things, like missing a 9-inch putt in golf.
46. 51.
Thinking about it, that tournament where Davis missed the blue, it might not have been called the Shanghai Masters, but it was in Shanghai.
57. Selby, 64.
Good stuff from Mark Selby. He's not had the best of luck in this match, and yet he's now, from 2-0 down, back on level terms. Everything rests on the decider. Now, the way things were going, it was looking as though a decider was also highly likely on table 2, and that's still the case, although Wuizing yet to wrap the frame up. He's 24 in front with the colours.
Yeah, they had a little battle on the final red for quite some time. I've got the Matchroom Multisport YouTube stream going, just keeping one eye across the other side of the arena. Where's this yellow? Oh, he's okay. So he trails in this frame, Oliver, but it feels like he's got control of it now. 24 points behind. He can't afford to give Wuizing a sight at anything.
Yeah, with Wu being in front, I think the fact that only 2 colours on their spots is to his advantage.
Oh, miss.
Deciding frame.
So the O must go, but who does it go from? Will Xiao be defeated for the first time, or will it be Selby experiencing a loss? By the way, Selby's wins yesterday, 3-1 over Xiao Gudong, 3-1 over Oliver Lines, 3-1 over Wuizing. Oh, and after that, maybe 3-2 here. What a pot, and the cue ball on a sixpence.
Not for the first time in this match that we've seen that red, identical red, be knocked in. It's a lovely little chance, this, actually.
8.
It's always nice having a couple of loose reds south of the main cluster. Just gives the option to either land up low on one of those reds, bring more reds into play, or go into the main bunch knowing that you've got reds available. Good early chances for Mark. Well, he was up, he was walking, but he's missed the red.
Remember, Selby needs to win this match and therefore this frame to wrap up a semi-final place for sure.
9.
Having missed that red, he might be forced to wait. He'll go into the pack here, Xiao, because there's a red guaranteed on over the pocket. Not with any great force, though. And that means he's left,
16.
well, hampered queuing.
17.
Well, he couldn't have played that cannon much better.
24.
Full ball to the left red with a bit of momentum on the cue ball to just see it travel on perfectly straight on that red to run back through for the black. So really you would expect him to take this chance now at this visit, having got the reds nicely open. What a mistake that was from Mark Selby. Looked like the sort of situation where he never for a second considered that he would miss the red. It was all about the little delicate hold on the cue ball. I think that's why we saw he was up and pretty much walking round to play the colour. He thought the red was in.
The fact he's won 2 frames in this match, obviously a big advantage going forward, even if he loses all 3 of his matches today. But it will still come as a
39.
source of frustration that he's not secured semi-final playoff for sure when he had the chance.
Proper turn of events over on table 2, just as we watch Xiao Xingtong mop up these on our table. Oliver's just fluked the yellow. Quite extraordinary, attempting it into the right corner pocket. It managed to find its way into its own pocket. Not the easiest match ball though. This pink, slightly hampered with the rest, over the top of the black. But it is match ball. And in it goes, very well played, and that's a big win for Oliver. Really does keep his hopes alive in this group.
Yeah, what a boost for his playoff chances. But it's a real knock, a real setback for Wuizing. Xiao lost control of the cue ball there when he still needed an extra pot. He's 54 ahead, 59 on. If a load of colours were close to cushions or clustered together, or indeed if the reds were awkward, Xiao would feel a lot less vulnerable than he does now. He knows where the balls are. If Selby gets in, this frame is very much retrievable.
Now, if Mark can see the thin edge of the red just north of the pink, he could get Xiao in trouble here with a thin contact. Try and get the cue ball back into balk somewhere where it is now. Played it nicely. Now the pressure is on because he's cut off any obvious routes back to the balk area. Never misses a trick, does he, Mark?
Well, as far as in-offs go, that's not the worst. That's infinitely preferable to hitting the far jaw and bouncing back towards the business end of the table. And he's knocked one of the reds a little more safe.
Again, it just highlights the mindset of
8.
a player like Mark Selby. He wouldn't have been pleased to come back to the table 54 points behind, having missed the red that he missed at the start of this frame. But he was able to just erase that from his memory, come to the table with a clear idea of what he was going to play, and that was a good telling safety shot. Got Xiao in trouble, got his reward for it, and now he gets his chance.
16.
All about that last red then, Phil, by the left side cushion. Does he try and bring it off?
17.
Well, the angle is definitely there. I said it was definitely there. Clearly it wasn't, so that was a misjudgment on his previous positional shot from Selby. Xiao breathes a sigh of relief.
So 24.
The position of the colours definitely very much in the favour of the pursuer. Stephen, the outcome of this frame, you would think, it's all about the last red.
Yeah, so many frames actually come down to the final red, don't they? And this is another example of that. It really is a red ball frame for both players because of the position of the colours. Now I just wonder if Selby will try and use green and brown as snookering balls here. Try and just chip the red to the left side cushion. Oh, he's just lost the advantage in this little exchange now, Mark. Xiao Tong got the chance to play a better safety shot.
Simple but effective. Selby, shoulders slumped. He needed that red to run on a little more, and it hasn't. But would you believe it, there's life in the frame yet. Xiao's lead 27 on.
Yeah, I'd love to pot something, obviously, but I don't think it's the time nor the place. Just nestle up on top of the black,
No, so go one.
keeping the black safe-ish, forcing Mark not only to hit this yellow, but get it safe as well. That's a great shot, actually, from Mark Selby. Okay, he hasn't got the snooker back, but to go the one cushion route, that was dangerous. But that was brilliant.
Yeah, dangerous, I think, is the word to describe Xiao Zintong from that distance. What a way to pot frame and match ball. We shouldn't really say that because obviously Selby only needs one snooker, which is well within his capabilities.
No, so go two.
Well, not quite hand on table here. Now, would it be worth Selby's while to pop the green and then chase a snooker on the brown or even blue? With a 4-point penalty, he could only force a respotted black. Now, clearly, the ethos is, and it's built on a mountain of sense, that the more balls on the table, the more chance you've got to snooker. But I think that makes sense, Stephen.
Yeah, I think the position of the black is dictating Mark's decision here. Doesn't want to pop this brown because then he's only got the pink as the snookering ball from the blue, and where that is not ideal. Yeah, Mark, look, just sending that brown, trying to just flick that black off the cushion somewhat. Not quite, but you could see the intent. It's next to it now. Xiao Zintong will do well to avoid making any contact to the black, and that's to Mark's advantage. Oh, he's done well. He has done well.
Selby concedes, and so the fun continues for Xiao Zintong, the reigning world champion. Has played 5 matches in Group 5, and he's won them all. As for Mark Selby, that's his first defeat. The defending champion, though, could still secure his place in the semi-final playoffs by winning our next match. Coming up in around 5 minutes' time, it is Mark Selby against Neil Robertson.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League Pro winner.
Elisha Xiao makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Xiao has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again!
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benton. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Welcome back, everyone. The action continues, and the high-quality action also continues, because this is a match between two former world champions, and a really important one for both. If Mark Selby were to beat Neil Robertson, then his place in the semi-final playoffs would be mathematically guaranteed. As for Neil Robertson, well, he's got 3 matches left. He has to win them all, you would think, to make the playoffs. Certainly 2 out of 3. Right now, he's the prospective wooden spoonist in Group 5. They've had some blockbuster meetings, these two, over the years. They know each other's games inside out. Be very interesting to see how it transpires. Based on the form they've shown so far in the group, you would make Selby favourite, but over the best of 5 frames, and this, of course, is a new day, we might see a brand new Neil Robertson. Join me in commentary for this one. Glad to be back in the fold, Dave. It's David Hendon.
Yes, and what a match to be welcomed back by. Yeah, I was looking at the head-to-head. If you count every match they've ever played, in terms of frames, Selby's won 205 and Robertson's won 203. So that's how close it is.
Yeah, and they know all about playing each other in the Championship League. This is their 18th meeting in the tournament.
Well, as you say, Robertson desperately needs points. He's not out of it yet. I mean, Serge Aouet won a group having qualified with 2 points, so it's not impossible, but clearly he's really got to start here, you feel. He's sort of doing his stretching, maybe expecting a bit of a workout against Selby, who, of course, has played well last 2 days.
Can tell you the second match of the day on table 2 is underway. Xiao against Stuart Bingham.
Yeah, I was just talking to Stuart. He said he recently played golf at Crondon Park, where, of course, we used to have the Championship League. In fact, it's where it began in 2008. Now then, he's just a bit concerned where this red's going to finish.
These two, Dave, met each other in the first ever Championship League 18 years ago now, and it resulted in a 2-all draw. We won't see that today.
Well, he had left the red, so Mark Selby, because he already had a match this morning on this table, off and running. Commentated on his match at the Masters against Xiao Guodong. It was more a case of Xiao Guodong playing well, really. I mean, Selby did miss one horror blue, but it was more his opponent playing well than him playing badly. That wasn't true of every match there. Of course, he did beat him yesterday, for what it's worth, 3-1.
Yeah, so you come hot foot from commentating on the Masters, Dave. Overall impressions of the tournament?
It wasn't vintage, but, you know, we can't expect that every year. Obviously, every match 6-2 in the first round meant it lacked a bit of drama. That hasn't lacked drama. He's covered himself on every ball. But obviously the 6-5s were exciting. The final, I thought Higgins ran out of steam. And Kyron, he made mistakes as well, but he was the deserving winner. He made 8 centuries in the tournament. The record in any Masters is 9, so he scored well and deserves to enjoy his victory.
Green.
Yeah, proper player, Kyron Wilson. Wasn't surprised he pulled out yesterday. He actually said he was going to play on Sunday, but then Monday morning arrives and we get the message he's not going to be here. So his absence has turned out very well for Oliver Lyons.
Well, Robertson not having the balls replaced because there is a red on. It's quite an open table if he can land on a colour here and obviously pot it. Well, unless he takes the blue on, he's not really done that. He may feel it's time to start taking them on, though. He needs something to happen in this group, so he's going to take this blue on.
Regards winning the Saudi Arabia Masters earlier this season is one of his greatest ever achievements, and beating Selby en route really helped in that regard. 6-4 it was in the last 16, made 137 to clinch. Only other encounter between these two this season, 6-2. Semi-final of the Champion of Champions for Selby, and he went on to lift the trophy.
Yes, that was here at the Mattioli in the other arena, wasn't it, where they had the Champion of Champions? Robertson could put himself into the playoffs. You know, he'd be dangerous. You can make a bad start as long as you make it up the second day. Xiao Tong's done the opposite. Of course, he did all his work yesterday. But it is kind of still in Robertson's hands. He's got another 2 matches after this, so if he won all 3, he probably would be in the top 4. Certainly wouldn't be relegated.
Yeah. I wouldn't say regularly, but it's happened on more than one occasion where someone's lost his first 3 matches, won his next 3 and gone from strength to strength and ended up winning the group. Not the intended kiss there. You might say he's lucky to be on the blue as he is. This is only Robertson's second match on table 1. His first was over ridiculously quickly. Very nice pot. Yeah, he had 1 half chance against Xiao Tong, which he didn't take. Xiao was outstanding in that contest, and in around half an hour he won 3-0.
Just looking at yesterday's scores, what was quite unusual is everyone made at least 1 century. So it just shows
24.
Even Oliver Lyons, who came in late, hadn't had a lot of time to prepare, still did the scoring, which of course is the modern game. Robertson had 2 centuries, even though he didn't fare particularly well in terms of results.
Yeah, they were abundant. 91 centuries in total for the tournament right now, so I think we might get to 100 today. Certainly, if we don't today, it'll be tomorrow.
33. $40. 41.
Well, it's going to be a busy end to the season for Robertson because, of course, top of the one-year list, he's in all the Players' Series events, World Grand Prix, where he's defending champ, Players' Championship, Tour Championship.
48.
Plus, of course, the German Masters, the World Open, the Welsh Open, and the World Championship. So, a lot of trophies, a lot of prize money to contend for.
First frame in the books on table 2. Xiao Guodong has taken it against Stuart Bingham.
$56. 57.
So this red, and it's a fine start for Robertson. Selby, of course, he went into the pack and ended up just snookered on every colour. Tempted to hit the green, missed, left a long red on, and Neil Robertson has done the damage. Just needs this extra pot. And he's not in. So Selby can still tie. 4 reds, 4 blacks and the colours.
Robertson, 64.
I am surprised. Just shaved that near jaw and that was enough to keep it out. That one caught a lot of the far jaw. Well, the two reds going close to each other on the top cushion, very much in Robertson's favour. And so is that red. That's the exclamation point. The frame is over.
Six. Robertson 6. The frame.
It's not the morning that Mark Selby wanted. As Neil Robertson stretches out, it's not a stretch to say if he can win his next 3 matches, what happened yesterday will be erased and he'll be in the playoffs. Well, it's a good start. He's 1-0 up on Mark Selby. 1-0 also at the scoreline for Xiao Guodong against Stuart Bingham on table 2. And what's more, the double Wuhan Open champion, Xiao, in the balls early in frame 2. Big match this day for both of them.
Yeah, Stuart Bingham on 2 points, Xiao Guodong just 1 as it stands.
6.
Stared at the cue ball rather accusingly as it finds its way to the side cushion. It's one of these groups as we go back to table 1, because Yao Xingtong has won so many matches and of course he can still win 6, there will be a chance, I think, for someone on not many points to get through, so we'll obviously follow every frame for the rest of the afternoon and see who it is. Selby looks very likely to be in the playoffs, but could just do that extra point to make sure.
Yeah, I think the way things are going, if he were to lose this match 3-2, I think he'd be there. Because, of course, after match wins, frames come into it. He certainly doesn't want any doubt hanging over his last match against Bingham, which completes this session.
Well, among many big matches they've had, and they've had a lot. The World Championship semi-finals 2014 was an absolute thriller. Selby won 17-14 12 years ago, the last time Robertson was in the semi-finals at the Crucible, incredibly. And of course in that period, Mark Selby's won it 4 times. Started that year.
Mark Selby is not a moaner. He's good company. But the one match he does moan about is a match against Robertson. Champion of Champions 2018. Robertson won 4-3. That wasn't the bone of contention. Selby made a 1-4-7, for which he received nothing. Not a high break prize. Nothing. Not even a carriage clock. He mentions that on a regular basis, Dave.
Yeah, and if he doesn't, you do. So it's always brought up one way or another. Now then, you've got to be careful here because these reds are out in the open. Easy to leave one on. Well, he's not going to leave one on playing it like that. That was superb. Robertson tapping the table there.
The really tough thing about that 1-4-7 he received nothing for, Clive Everton, who was commentating at the time, was of the belief that there was a £10,000 highest break price, so he actually mentioned that on commentary. So Selby thought he got some dough, and that wasn't the case.
Of course, there is a high break price here. We've had two maximums already, Chris Wakelin and Matthew Selt. Both their first maximums in competition. Well, I think the re-wrap, he's coming. Yeah, a little glance between them, and we start again. Nothing on the board, so no reason not to, I suppose. It wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, that decision made by the players rather than the referee. Fyodor Kaplanovs. Still 1-0 on table 2. Xiao Guodong 35 points ahead in the second frame. The first meeting between these two was 20 years ago, almost to the month. Last 48 of the Welsh Open. Selby won 5-3.
Yeah, when Robertson first came to the UK, he actually stayed in Leicester for a while, so he got to know the young Selby. Of course, it was a vibrant place to come and play snooker then. Oh, and that was fantastic. Long pot. That's something that's never left him, that ability to just knock a long one in. Cue ball just running on a bit, though.
Yellow.
He's been slated. Not in the traditional sense. The slates there, the line of the slates, cut across at that particular juncture of the table, and consequently when you play that slow roll in behind a ball colour, the white can banana. And Selby shows an awful lot of sympathy.
Yes, he was smiling, but then, as you say, knocked the long red in, got the cannon to stay on the black. Yeah, I mean, we do see that happen from time to time. I think the worst example this season was Stephen Maguire at the UK Championship. It was in a completely different part of the table. He was playing Judd Trump.
Yeah, basically it's the slate join, and if you are unlucky to catch that, the cue ball can rumble offline ridiculously, as it did with Maguire, as Dave mentioned. Well, earlier today against Xiao Xintong, Selby on more than one occasion was really unlucky going into the bunch. This time, not ideal. This red, there's pressure on it. Well done. So now from here, really, in his own mind, he thinks he should equalise.
Six. 37. 44. 45. 52. 53.
Should be just about connecting the dots here for Selby.
Yes, and Neil Robertson, I think he's entitled to feel that it's not going to be his group, is it, this? Because after what happened there, you know, he looks certain to get Selby in trouble. It was a great red he potted. And then obviously the cue ball's deviated. He's not snookered him, he's left a long red on, and he hasn't had another shot.
Looks as though the first two frames will be split here. That's not the case on table 2, where Xiao Guodong has just taken a 2-0 lead over Stuart Bingham.
$68. 69. 76.
Mark Selby, the leading century break maker this season, 45 he's had.
77. 84. 85.
'Can't imagine anyone's going to qualify for the £100,000 bonus for making 100 centuries in a season. But 45 at this point is still
93.
pretty impressive.
It's about to be 46. So it was all smiles, wasn't it, when Robertson had that unfortunate moment, but
100.
it soon became serious again.
101.
Selby will be the next player to make 1,000 centuries. Of course, Robertson did it this season. Selby's now 940. So, I'd say likely to be next season because he'll make plenty more, I'm sure, during this campaign.
110. $113. $117. $122.
Ways off the double, but it did not matter. 122 break from Mark Selby. That's his 5th century of the group, and with it, he draws level with Neil Robertson at 1 frame each. Such high quality, but that's what you expect in a group of this nature. When we saw the lineup, we knew we were going to be in for a treat. Their semi-final in the Champion of Champions a few years back, 6-5 it was to Robertson. They combined for 6 centuries. They tend to bring out the best in each other, Robertson and Selby. This is table 2, where Xiao Guodong and Stuart Bingham are doing battle. Xiao's prospects have taken a much more healthier spike. If he can win this one 3-0, suddenly Bingham, after winning his first 2 matches, will be on the back foot. Ball run strikes. And the kiss on the yellow as well. Will that be profitable? We'll find out. I'll let you know. Now back to table 1. Robertson looking to regain momentum. We've seen so much of that over the course of yesterday and already today. That pot from distance, where it thwacks into the back of the pocket, and position on the black is achieved as well. See what you think of this, Dave. Ben Wollaston was in the commentary box with us yesterday, and he was saying that he genuinely believes now, as do many other players, that with the ability of players to knock in long balls, he believes that breaking off nowadays is a disadvantage.
It can be. I mean, Gary Wilson in the early groups was actually just dribbling to the Reds. He wasn't even trying to break them. He said he was going to do it at the Masters. He didn't, but he was making his point.
16.
Well, it could have been better, couldn't it?
24.
It's a tough red to right middle. If he's going to attempt it, he's going to have to get it. No problem. Dispatched with great authority. Yeah, he's playing good stuff, we know that. Of course, he had his little purple patch winning here, the Champion of Champions, then immediately the UK Championship. And okay, went out round one of the Masters, but like Neil Robertson, all those tournaments I mentioned that Robertson will be in, Selby will be in as well, because he's second on the one-year list. He's lost first round at the World Championship the last 2 years, but he'll go there this year, I think, feeling much better about things, and definitely one of the favourites. Just 3 months away now.
So Stephen and I were talking about the World Championship in our first match today, and I made the point, I don't know, but I don't think that Xiao Xintong will be especially affected by the thoughts of the curse. I think there's so many potential winners this time around. It's like a broken record with me. I think every year I say this is the most open World Championship ever, and I think it will be again. But don't discount a Xiao defence.
37.
Yeah, the curse. I tell you why I think it often ends up, well, it always ends up coming to pass. It's because you play on day one. There's a big build-up, a huge build-up. They have the media day the day before. Suddenly it started, you're out there, and, you know, it's tough. We saw that last year with Karen Wilson, 6-2 up, all was well. And then things just unravelled against Lei Pei Fan. So that's kind of, you know, it's always precedent that defending champ plays on day one, but that's kind of where they often come unstuck. Xiao Xintong won that match. You know, you could see him going a long way in the event.
Yeah, and also these days, the qualifiers finish on the Wednesday. The championship itself starts on the Saturday, so the qualifiers, by the very fact that they've just won a load of matches, are sharp and full of self-belief. Wanted to avoid the pink there. Very different from 93, when the final qualifying round of the World Championship was played in September 1992.
Yeah, ridiculous, really. And of course, by the time it came round, no one was in any form, had qualified. Anyway, Selby's recovered well, so every chance not only to win the frame, but maybe to make back-to-back centuries here.
51.
It doesn't feel like Neil Robertson's done anything wrong, really, in either frame.
Yeah, I know his record at the championship in recent years hasn't been stellar, as you outlined, Dave. But how can you possibly discount Neil Robertson? There are so many potential candidates to lift that trophy.
Yeah, I mean, Wuizing as well now. He's in the top 16. He'll be a handful there, I think.
56.
But plenty to play for before Sheffield. It's a very busy period now in the calendar.
And it's a very busy calendar year, because after the World Championship, not a great amount of time off before the new season cranks into gear.
64.
We're led to believe there's going to be some qualifying before the Championship League begins in late June.
Well, he can equal his own high break so far, which is 137 in this group. Still 250 quid off himself. 137, that stood at the Masters, didn't it, as the high break? Wuizing, the lowest, highest break for 25 years. He made it on the first afternoon. I don't think anybody thought it would stand, but it did.
Yeah, and with the prize money there, it's not an afterthought, is it? It's a very useful thing to get tucked away. But I'm absolutely with you, Dave. I think Mark Selby is a real threat for the title again at the Crucible. I think he's a threat for any title he plays for between now and then. I think he's found exactly the right balance in his game.
This is why Luca Brissell deserves credit, because of course he beat him in the final in 2023 and he worked out how to play him. Basically, you blast him off the table. You just pot everything. Easier said than done, of course. He just lost his way. He clearly wants another century. 86. Add to the collection. So, pot the blue, but he's got to get on the next red. Good effort, this. Very good.
91.
Well, looks like one red's covering the other.
Playing into a blind pocket, so hard to get yourself to hit that shot thin enough. Never mind, no century, but a 91 break, and Mark Selby hits the front. If he wins the next frame, it is signed, sealed and delivered. He will be in the playoffs no matter what. Another really important match going on table 2, where it looks as though, even though he's missed that red, it looks as though Stuart Bingham might well pull a frame back against Xiao Guodong. 50 in front he is, Bingham. Mind you, 75 still there.
Yeah, you saw him gesticulating there because he'd not only missed the red, he'd left the gap. So there's a way back into the frame for Xiao Guodong, potentially to get the match won.
Xiao reserved his best for last yesterday.
6.
In his closing match, which we didn't see on our main coverage, he beat Oliver Lyons 3-0. Lyons said he didn't miss a ball. Xiao making breaks of 75, 95 and 92, so re-energised in terms of the group. Selby appalled by that break-off, and rightly so. Woefully thick.
Well, Robertson, it just feels like he's been a spectator last 2 frames, but an immediate chance here for the Aussie. The matches he's got coming up, I said there's plenty of them. One of them's very interesting at the Welsh Open, round 1 there. He's going to play Michal Szobarczyk, the Polish youngster. He just turned 15 last week. So it's going to be a massive occasion for him. I'm sure that'll be a televised match. Meanwhile, Robertson misses the blue, coming in and out of bulk, and has left the red.
Robertson 1.
It was a black off the spot, but sometimes that's an all-encompassing phrase. That was a really well-cued shot to drop ideally on the only red that was open.
Right.
And now it's all about the split. This goes right, it could be the beginning of the end. Secondary action on the cue ball. He's got so much cue power, Selby. And that
16.
Secondary zip meant he's on a nice red here, with plenty more dislodged.
17. Twenty-five. Twenty-seven. 28.
The red just squeezed through the gap. Cue ball finding its way onto the top cushion. The break concludes.
Selby 31.
Nevertheless, though, Dave, he's looking good, isn't he, Selby? And I think the fact he won his first 3 matches, then in losing to Xiao Zhintong this morning, he won 2 frames. He's won 2 frames here. We can say, can't we, that he's in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think so. It looks that way. But Neil Robertson, he's looking the opposite. Looks like he's going to miss out. Of course, 5th place, you do come back for the next group. Worth saying, Robertson does still have 2 matches left. He's got Wuizing and Xiao Guodong to come. But he would need to win them both if he lost this one, and even that might not be enough, depending on other scores.
Latest on table 2, by the way, it's still 2-0 to Xiao Guodong over Stuart Bingham. Xiao trailing by 31 points with 3 reds left in the 3rd frame. Now, the way he's been queuing, yes, there's distance here, but the way he's been queuing, I'm really confident Selby will stroke this one in. But didn't hold the cue ball.
One. Selby 1.
He needs this in. Yeah, well, he'll take it, I suppose, at this stage. Very fortunate.
Xiao Zhintong endured an outrageous fluke against Selby earlier and went on to win the frame from it, but Neil Robertson, well, he's all at sea. The green, nowhere near the target.
Neil Robertson 1.
Don't get the impression that red was easy. It wasn't. But I'm still surprised it wobbled and stayed out.
One. Three. Four. Nine. Ten.
Well, Selby's had a number of chances, you've got to say, to win 3-1, but Robertson a heavy favourite to force the decider.
Yes, if he does so, it would be the 7th match in the group already that's gone all the way.
36. That is 3.
Well, this is the shot, isn't it? Getting on this last red in bulk.
Excellent. A shot, of course, helped by the responsiveness of the cloth, which is excellent, but nevertheless, that was class from Robertson.
42.
Leaning over, though, this is missable. But he pots it cleanly, stuns across the face of the yellow.
45.
And now the decider looks highly likely.
47.
Close proximity of pink to brown might be a slight issue, because he does need the brown. That's frame ball. Did he underscrew off the green? Underscrewing was the one thing he couldn't do. He couldn't afford to do.
Well, it's clearly just too tight. So, not over yet this frame.
50.
And the other balls are all out in play, so the brown, either way, feels like frame ball, or in Selby's case, possibly match ball.
Selby must be pleasantly surprised he's still in with a chance of winning this, although he has left the shot to nothing, it seems, on the brown. In it goes. We're going all the way.
4.
Wow, that blue was not in the same postcode as the pocket. For someone as skilled at cueing as Robertson, that was a total mishap. Now, the black's not in a bad place to gain snookers. And Selby's done the right thing there, because by potting the blue, it means 19 behind on pink and black. 1 snooker on the pink would be enough to potentially force a respotted black. And as I say, he can tuck in there behind the black. The great maestro when it comes to this department of the game.
Oh, Max Selby 5. Robertson 7.
Well, he wasn't a maestro there. The frame is conceded, and for the second time in as many matches in this session on table 1, it is down to the wire. Neil Robertson 2, Mark Selby 2. Lots riding on the last frame for both of them. So Robertson and Selby leaving the arena. That gives us the chance to catch up on table 2, where I can tell you Stuart Bingham did win a rather scrappy third frame against Xiao Guodong to keep his hopes alive. Although missing that red, Dave, doesn't do his hopes a great amount of good.
No, it seems to have been a bit of an in and out performance, although that red is rather out than in from Xiao Guodong. I think as Bingham gets older, and it's true of all the older players, the inconsistency does come in from one day to another. You don't really know how you're going to play. But one thing's for sure, he was always going to be here, wasn't he? That was one name always on the team sheet. Former winner of the event when it was played at Crondon Park.
Yeah, always remember a discussion I had with Steve Davis years ago. And he said, you can't quite anticipate it. And it's not a sudden thing, it's not overnight, but suddenly you start to miss a few easy balls and you can't work out why. And then the inconsistency builds in the game, and I suppose when you've been right at the pinnacle, it must drive people to distraction.
I think a lot of his concentration, and I think we saw that with Higgins. I think Higgins was physically tired at the Masters in the end, but I think also his concentration just wandered. And Xiao Guodong plays the slow roll. I heard Stephen Hendry this morning talking about, of course, Xiao Guodong cooked Wuizing a meal the night before their quarter-final at the Masters. Not for me, was Stephen's verdict on that. Although he did make the point, actually, you know, which is not always like him, but he did make the point that it is a bit different for the Chinese players because they naturally, you know, live together, practice together away from tournaments. So because they're so far from home, it kind of makes sense to spend time together at tournaments. But it was unusual, certainly. Wuizing, of course, repaid the gesture by beating him 6-0.
So he didn't make a meal of it then.
In the end, he was a little unlucky not to be in the final, though he did have the chance. So whether it's unlucky or just you didn't take the chance, make your mind up. But had a great tournament. Of course, we'll be seeing him next on table 1, actually against Neil Robertson after the decider. Meanwhile, Bingham, I suspect, acted as if the Masters wasn't happening, but I'm sure he tuned in because he's such a snooker fan. But of course, former winner himself back in 2020, would have loved to have been there.
He's actually close in one respect to seeding for the World Championship. Currently going into the German Masters, he's 17th provisionally, but that's a little bit of a smokescreen because he is almost 100,000 points behind the number 16 on the provisional list, Sergio Wei. but at least he's going in the right direction in the rankings again.
Yeah, if he could get in the Players' Championship, he's 23rd on the one-year list. Got to be top 16 to get in the to get in the Players' Championship. So the cut-off will be after the World Grand Prix. So a couple of big tournaments coming up for him, for sure. Because that is a ranking event as well, so then that would help him, as you say, get seeded in Sheffield.
Yeah, the great thing about the World Grand Prix, it's the top 32 point earners from this season. So that means 96 players won't get any ranking points. If you're in the World Grand Prix, you're one of the 32 that does. And it's even more stark with the Players' Championship. 112 players don't get any ranking points, 16 do.
Well, these two will be there. Number 1 and 2 on the one-year list, Neil Robertson and Mark Selby. And it is Robertson who has certainly struggled to stay in this match at times, but he's 2 each. Mark Selby's played really well, had the chance for 3-1, didn't take it. And off we go.
Caught that red very thick indeed. And the red in question is the one that Robertson will start with.
Well, it's a frame that could keep him in the event for now. If he lost it, it's probably a frame that will see him eliminated. So it's a big frame, a big visit already for Robertson. Because remember, he's got 2 more matches, so he could still end on 3 points. All could be well in a couple of hours' time, but it has to start here.
14.
And he's the kind of player, if he does make the playoffs, he could suddenly
15.
engage a couple of higher gears and win the whole group. He's not had a great amount of success against Selby, actually, in the Championship League. Selby leads 13-4 in that specific head-to-head. And just a little more detail on that, Selby won 11 of their first 12 meetings in the tournament. I think he anticipated there the cue ball throwing a little wider off the black and skimming off the bottom of the bunch. He's still okay, but there's awkward cueing here and the question of position.
39.
I honestly did not see this at 2-1. Selby was playing delightfully. Robertson seemed a little out of sorts.
He's another one of these players, though, isn't he? Who, when he has to find something, can do. You know, he could easily just sort of lost a bit of interest, but he's an Australian sports person, which tells you that's not going to happen. The competitiveness comes to the fore in situations like this, and also any win over Selby is worth tucking away, isn't it?
52.
Almost bound to play again at some point this season. You want to have most recent win under your belt. Could play tonight in the playoffs.
Yeah, and also it provides a lift for him because he's remaining on table 1 after this to take on Wuizing.
So, a couple more reds needed. And it'll be a grandstand finish.
61.
Selby had chances for 3-1, more than one, it's got to be said. Didn't put the match away. And he may regret it, because I think he'll qualify, but who's to say Neil Robertson won't join him and then at some point tonight beat him in the playoffs. This is match ball.
And now Robertson is traditionally voracious for centuries, so he'll be really keen to make the most of this chance. Although I think he's
76.
misjudged that bounce. Played for the red on the extreme right-hand side of the bunch, and the cue ball has travelled maybe a little too far. Yeah, had to take it on to the far green pocket.
Neil Robertson, 76.
Many would have conceded, not Selby. He needs 3 snookers because only 67 remain. Well, in isolation, that was an absolutely terrific shot. Don't think it's going to be of great importance, but how well cued was that?
Selby 8.
Xiao Guodong very close to victory on table 2. He's on a break of 62 against Stuart Bingham. that should be that. Indeed, it is. And so Neil Robertson, I think there's an argument to say he wasn't the most impressive of the two players in that match, but he ended up winning anyway by a score of 3-2. So Robertson, now re-energised, remains out there for our next match on Table 1. Coming up in 5 minutes' time, it is Robertson against Wuizing.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Xiao makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Xiao has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again!
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing from my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Bennett. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah!
How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
So our next match will be Neil Robertson against Wuizing in just a few moments' time. And Robertson, he's still actually bottom of the table, but he's got 2 more matches to play. So he's only on 1 point, but if he won his last 2, obviously go up to 3, and things will be looking a lot sunnier. So this is a big match because Wuizing also on 1 point. Of course, it's his last match with Wuizing, so he really needs to win it. And then it's a question of waiting to see what happens. He's got quite a few frames on the board, as you can see. He could get to 12 frames there if he won. And 2 points, he'd be in reasonable shape. But as for Robertson, he can't afford to lose the match, I wouldn't have thought. But it's quite tight. As I say, when you get one player who wins all their matches, which Xiao Tong has done so far, it does offer up a chance for someone who maybe doesn't have that many points. Sergio Wei managed to sneak in an earlier group and he ended up winning it. He only had 2 points.
Easy to break.
Anyway, Wuizing it is. Recent semi-finalist, of course, at the Masters just a few days ago. These two have had some interesting matches, to say the least. Wuizing actually played Robertson on his Crucible debut 3 years ago. He had a couple of centuries, but Robertson, in the last 3 frames, had 2 1-4-6s to win 10-3. And then they played in the English Open final last season. Robertson won 9-7, but he'd been 8-2 up. As he rolls in a wonderful red. And they played at the UK Championship as well a few weeks ago. Robertson won 6-1. Wuizing underperformed that day. But Robertson, well, he was underperforming in that last match, but he found something from somewhere to still give himself hope in this group.
Yeah, I just wonder if Neil's day yesterday almost resigned himself to just coming out and freeing up a little bit today and just letting his arm go, because that's kind of what it looked like in that last match against Mark. Of course, got the win in the end. But as you say, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that he can still get through. So all of a sudden he's gone from completely relaxed, coming in, just throwing his arm at a few, to a realistic chance of actually getting through.
Yes, and he's going to play the last match after the lunch break against Xiao. So obviously by then he'll know what needs to happen. I mean, he's going to need to win, but it'll still be in his hands. Always, of course, the chance of finishing 5th as well and earning a return for the next group tomorrow. Yes, of course, this could have been the semi-final meeting at the Masters, but Karen Wilson beat Robertson in the quarters.
17.
Yeah, of course, there's a lot of big tournaments coming up now in the next few weeks, and I think every player coming into this Championship League, it's the bare minimum for them to get that 5th spot, at least earn their return, because you can treat this as some real good match practice to sharpen up for those big tournaments. So you don't want to be going home, back to the club, back to the practice table.
Good red that, wasn't it? Because he's opened everything up, so now he's just trying to keep things straightforward. Big chance already in frame 1 that he's earned.
All reds and blacks so far as well, Dave. As you say, the reds are perfectly spread here. Just wonder if he's got any sort of angle on a red to stay on the black. Yeah, that's really well played. Had to play a slow little draggy screw to just caress off the red beneath it. Perfectly timed.
Well, they're all on, aren't they? I guess. So early throws, but 5 reds, 5 blacks. He's had 5 maximums in his career, Neil Robertson, including 1 at the Crucible.
41.
We've had 2 in the event already this year. Chris Wakelin on the very first day, actually, January the 2nd, and also Matthew Selt.
Yeah, those reds around the pink spot, they look well spread, but it's going to take a little bit of close cue ball control to make sure he plays the correct little cannon when needed. As he pots one, it will open another. That was nicely controlled as well. Just had to judge the line of the cue ball across the top of the black, back in prime position. I mean, let's have it straight. This is as good of a chance of a maximum as you'll ever see. The reds are absolutely perfect. All about cue ball control. I suppose of all the reds on the table, the red just above and to the right of the cue ball now is the red that is posing slight problems in getting on, but even that is made easier by the fact that there's a red over the middle pocket, so he'll probably look to play on that at some point whilst the red is over the middle pocket. Either way, pot this black, one more red for the frame, and then it's all eyes on the maximum.
We already had 18 this season. That broke the record of 15 set last season. Neil Robertson looking to make his 6th. He made his first in competition in 2010, the China Open. So, you know, think how many frames he's played since then. It'd be thousands, you would think. It just shows you, although they've become more common, it's still a relative rarity and still something that the players clearly want to achieve. You know, Neil Robertson's achieved everything in the sport, but he really wants this right now.
Yeah, you say, think how many frames he's played in his career. He'll know. He'll be able to tell you.
He can remember everything that's happened in all of them as well. Yeah, his most recent was actually at the Crucible 4 years ago against Jack Lazowski, a match he ultimately lost 13-12.
Now you see Neil just trying to promote that red further into the middle of the table. That red I alluded to a few moments ago. That suppose the only problem really in terms of getting nicely on.
89.
Again, he's got so many options here with that red being over the middle pocket. He'll leave that right till last if he can, because it gives him a free chance to get nice on either two reds in the middle of the table.
$96.
Well, he's not made it yet, but if he does, 19 this season. Remember a few years ago when they had the £1 million prize for 20 and everyone said, oh, well, you know, it just won't happen. Well, I'll tell you what, if that was still going, you'd be sweating on if you were the 20th man, wouldn't you?
Yeah, Barry would be sweating away when he put that £1 million up. He's played this nicely. Getting straight at absolute worst on every red now. Making sure he just gets up high on it. Perfectly played now. This is the key shot.
105. $112. $113.
Cue-ball's racing a bit. It's racing. This might be in this. Oh, how do you fancy this, Yellow?
120.
I can't really work out what he's played there, Neil, because there was clearly too much pace. I'd be very surprised if he played for it for the middle pocket. Maybe he did. As you say, how do you fancy this?
Well, of all the ways it was going to go wrong, that's not one I think we saw coming. So he didn't get nice on the yellow and he has missed it. No maximum. Be frustration for him. There was a big chance. Break ends at 120. Now, meanwhile, Oliver Lyons, of course, a last-minute call-up just yesterday morning for this Championship League.
106.
As making a century of his own here in frame one against the world champion, Xiao Tong. Oliver Lyons fourth at the moment in the table on 2 points, so he's right in the mix. This is his last match. If he could win it, he'd surely be in the playoffs. Xiao Tong's won 5 out of 5, so he's already done his work.
111.
Yeah, and actually, he knew exactly what needed to be done today. Oliver was here nice and early to make sure he could get a bit of practice in.
115.
Just try and refine that timing that maybe wasn't quite there yesterday. He's looked so much better today. This is the perfect start.
120.
Big opportunity for Oliver Lyons in this event. World number 58 to get some really good match practice, some prize money, some big confidence ahead of the tournaments coming up. And if he carries on playing like this, we're going to see him tonight in the playoffs. 133 from Oliver Lyons, superb. Well, Robertson, there was no reaction, was there, from him really, but he must have been really annoyed what happened there.
Yeah, the final red to black wasn't played as he would have hoped. Underscrewed it a touch, which meant the last black to yellow was a lot thinner than he would have liked. Still can't work out what he's played. Has he overhit it, or I'm not too sure. Either way, it was a great chance, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the yellow in maximums is not a ball that's often talked about. It's Cliff Thorburn potted a great one in 1983 at the Crucible. It's often mentioned, but that would have been probably the best ever had he got it. It just shows you how many, you know, we talk about the 235 now maximums, how many near misses have there been? Probably hundreds.
Well, he was trying to thread the cue ball through a very, very small gap there, Wuizing. I suppose he's done well to even have a shot at this black. Mighty thin. Yeah, that's a great shot. Really is well played, well controlled also.
8. Wuizing 8.
Well, no real damage done, I guess, missing that. Made a lot of friends, I think, amongst the crowd at the Alexandra Palace at the Masters. Wuizing on his debut, just the way he played. And he's got a bit of sort of star quality about him. He seemed to enjoy the atmosphere there, rather than be overawed by it. Of course, beats the defending champion, Sean Murphy, on the first afternoon. Then his good friend Xiao Guodong 6-0 in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it was clear from the offset, wasn't it, that he's going to thrive in an atmosphere like that. His game is tailor-made to entertain, and when it's a one-table setup, it does really give the player an opportunity to showcase exactly what they're about, and we certainly saw that. It'd have been absolutely sick, though, to have missed that red when he had Kyron Wilson beat. That's a good pot from Neil, and a couple of favourable cannons also.
Yeah, just noticed something on the black, so just getting it scrubbed by the ref.
8.
Snooker balls these days, they're made from a chemical compound, but in the early days of snooker they were made out of ivory. Very heavy, but also it was incredibly cruel, of course, because 16. You know, they used to basically slaughter thousands of elephants to use the ivory from their tusks. A vegan like Neil Robertson doesn't want to hear these things.
17.
Yeah, I'm not sure he'd be able to get the reds working like he's about to here with a set of ivory balls. Oh, has he landed? Has he got a red available? Seems to like this red to middle. Well, it went through the gap that looks non-existent from where we're sat. I think it would make for a great experiment, Dave, for the top players of today to play on the tables and the conditions that used to be of yesteryear, the thick, heavy cloths and the heavy balls.
Yeah, and also, and it's a relatively new thing, but you don't now get all the chalk marks on the cloth. I mean, I was looking at some of the archive stuff last week, and I mean, it was horrendous actually. The table just covered in chalk. Also, for a long time, you couldn't see their opponent because they were smoking. That doesn't happen now, does it?
Yeah, the game's gone now, hasn't it, Dave? All the characters have completely gone.
Well, there was a Canadian, Bill Werbeneck. I mean, he liked to smoke and a drink, and he smoked so much during one match, his opponent, actually, and this was at the Crucible, David Taylor, he actually went and moved his chair and sat somewhere else. You couldn't see him on the coverage. He was sat out of shot because he just didn't want to sit next to someone chain smoking. A bit healthier here at the Mattioli.
Yeah, and actually Neil's game is looking a lot healthier as well, isn't it? Quite the contrast from yesterday. He's playing a bit quicker as well, a bit more fluent round the table. Just trying to get on with things. I think it goes without saying every player plays better when they just crack on with it instinctively. They all know the shots, obviously. Sometimes it's just very easy to get in the way of yourself out there.
Well, if he won this match for now, he would just about scrape out of the relegation zone. It's very tight. It depends on the match as well, but he's putting himself in the position. He's won his first match against Selby. If he wins this one, he plays one more against Xiao. If he wins that, then he's on 3 points and very likely to be in the playoffs. So it would be a real turnaround. And typical Robertson in a way. That determination that he's shown throughout his whole career.
And actually, from the player's point of view, Neil came here today knowing exactly what he needed to do. It was in his hands. And I think in some ways, it's an okay position to be in because you're in control. When you start relying on results and all the permutations that come with this format, that's when it gets a little bit sticky. Neil knows that if he wins this game and his next, he's got a chance.
Yeah, in some ways it feels more straightforward than hearing that, you know, you just need a frame or something, which I think is always a bit dicey. Anyway, he's not quite won this one yet. And the pink stays out and he's opened the red, so okay, he's a couple safe, but still enough on.
Robertson 62. One.
Taking the chance here to try and bring one of the safe reds out. Needs it to run on. He wants that blue potable to the middle pocket. Oh, the little smile suggests that this is very, very tight. Can he just slip it past the red? Yeah, no problems. And again, there's value here in potting this red, then the blue, leaving the low angle from the penultimate red to try and promote that final red.
13.
Points are not the issue here for Wuizing. Perfectly placed.
18.
Well, he's been a little unfortunate there. Just caught too much of the red. Now, how do you fancy this black, or the baulk colours for that matter? How do you fancy anything from where the cue balls come to finish?
Yeah, and of course, if he doesn't pot a colour, he can only tie. So that's sort of come into it as well. He's 35 behind. Well, that's just superb, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think most players may have been tempted by the black there. It's more of a shot that you're used to seeing, potting the black into the corner pockets, regardless of how thick or thin they are.
24.
That brown was a horrible shot to be faced with, and how well did he play it? What a pot.
So Neil Robertson just failed to kill the frame off. He missed the pink to right middle. Had a couple of safe reds, but they weren't safe for long. And Wuizing has the colours for one each.
32.
And I guess, you know, it could come down to frames won as well and frames lost. So this could be costly for Robertson in the count back. Wuizing has got his own stuff to consider, of course. He's got another match after this against Stuart Bingham, so he could get to 3 points as well.
39. $44.
Oh, what an excellent clearance. The brown, though, the absolute standout shot. And just showing the talent of Wuizing, who has very stylishly cleared up there to level the match at one apiece. Yeah, he's really gaining a reputation all the time, obviously winning the International Championship this season. Still only 22 in the top 16 for the first time. All is well for him. Won the high break prize as well at the Masters. That's for 15,000 into the coffers. So feeling on top of the world, and what a wonderful clearance. The brown, though, as I say, the standout shot. So Neil Robertson, who's on for a maximum, but certainly having failed to get that in frame one, you'd think he's going to be 2-0 up, but as it is, one apiece. Looks like Xiao Xingtong, well, he's in to level with Oliver Lyons one apiece next door. So, frame 3 of a possible 5.
Start frame, too easy to break.
Well, we've seen this red knocked in on a number of occasions already today. Couple from Mark Selby, I recall. Can Neil find one of his own? Not this time.
Who was your tip, Stephen, for the Masters out of interest? Mine was Sean Murphy. That went down within about 2 hours.
I'm glad you said that because he was mine as well. You know how relentlessly bad at tipping I am. At least I'm living up to my reputation.
Yeah, I mean, there's no rhyme or reason. In that event, obviously it's the top 16 in the world. You can't really say for certain who's going to come through, but he was very disappointing. That can happen as well.
To be fair, it went from bad to worse. I picked Sean from the outset and then went to practice with Selby a few days before the Masters, and I just couldn't see a way in which Mark didn't win the Masters after practicing with him. So within the first 2 matches, my predictions were gone.
Yeah, again, I mean, there was not much reason not to sort of think Selby would at least win that one, but Xiao Guodong played superbly against him.
One thing I did predict correct, though, on the podcast was that there wouldn't be a 147, so there you go, chalk that one up for future reference.
You're virtually Nostradamus is what you're saying. No, interestingly, that Wuizing won the high break with 137. There wasn't a 140, which is very unusual. It's the lowest highest break for 25 years there, although we did have 24 centuries, which is plenty.
Yeah, that is quite low actually, isn't it, for the high break, 137. And they weren't particularly the tightest pockets that we've ever seen. They didn't look anywhere near as tight as the UK, which adds to the surprise of that high break. It's a good safety shot from Wuizing. Good line with the cue ball cutting off on the left side of the reds for Neil's return to balk. Has he got a red potable to this right corner? Well, he fancied it, but didn't get close to it.
No, and this is looking like a good scoring chance for his opponent with black on the spot, reds in the open.
What?
Plus he's just made that good clearance in frame 2.
Well, it's a lovely chance, this. Good red to play on here. Just freeing up the right area. Making way for the 2 reds right of the black into the right corner pocket.
Xiao Guodong did win that frame with a 58 break against Oliver Lyne, so 1 apiece on table 2. Be great, obviously, if Xingtong won the group, but I kind of would like to watch him play Jack Lozowski tomorrow because Jack's coming in. Might volunteer myself for that match if they play each other.
24.
Yeah, to be fair, even this group coming into it, it always looked like it was going to really treat us to some top quality snooker, and it hasn't disappointed.
Yeah, and the thing is, right now, okay, the Masters is a big event. It's been and gone. You can't spend too much time reflecting on it because there's going to be another big one around the corner. They're off to Berlin next week, the Tempodrome there. Huge crowds and great atmosphere. Another tournament you really want to go deep in. You want to get to the semis, don't you, for the one-table environment and atmosphere.
32.
Yeah, and I suppose in some ways, the way that the tour is structured now, with the events coming thick and fast, it kind of does you a favour, particularly, let's look at Wuizing, how the Masters ended for him, that misread. Had there not have been any tournaments for a number of weeks or months, it'd probably take a lot longer, be a lot harder to get over, but straight back out, back on the horse.
Yeah, and this is 5 reds, 5 blacks. That would kind of rub it in a little for Robertson, wouldn't it? If he could make a maximum here after Robertson failed to close it out in frame 1.
Well, he's still looking for a nice split to the reds, Wuizing. Not the best of packs to go into, because they're all kind of spread slightly already. But he does need some movement on them at some stage. Got the 1 loose red available. Well, it's imperative now that he gets a nice angle on this next black.
48.
Well, is he going in with plenty of power, plenty of topspin? Trying to arc that cue ball into them. It's worked out okay. If he's straight enough on this red, he's perfect.
56.
Well, landing quite low on this black may be a blessing in disguise. He can just play a little holding cannon to the 5 reds right at the pink spot if he wishes. And that now brings everything into play. Good shot.
Yeah, the black struggled in a little, but as you say, now he's opened them up. He's never made a maximum in professional play. 144 is highest break. So it's on again. We saw Robertson in the first frame. He was looking really a certainty, but just ended up in the jaws of the yellow pocket for the yellow. Missed it to right middle. It's always great to see a player make their first 147 though, isn't it? We've seen that this season. Liam Pullen and Aaron Hill, Chang Bing Yu amongst others, and Wakeland and Selt here. Oh, but it's caught that a little on the thick side, the cannon, and now what do you do here?
Well, he's going to need all sorts out to get to this black.
It seems in every maximum there's always a shot like this, not specifically like this, but that's difficult. That's going to be decisive. Can he make it? It's horrible, really. Just getting to the cue ball. It's hard work.
This is reminiscent of Sean O'Sullivan's. Do you remember that one?
Yeah. Good effort, but not to beat. And now he's got to get everything out. Don't foul because Robertson needs 2 snookers.
Wuizing 73.
So 73 the break, and I think Robertson. He doesn't look like he's getting out of his seat. So, well, we've had maximum attempts from both players. but neither managing it. He's smiling, but it's sort of partly a grimace, I think. But it's been an entertaining match. 2-1 it is to Wuizing. Oliver Lyons here, 1 each with Xiao Tong. I'm sure he was blonde last time I saw him at the shootout, but anyway, he's back to his natural colour, it would seem. I think he was on camera more than anyone at the shootout, including the winner, Alfie Burden, because... And you weren't far behind, Stephen, because I know the two of you enjoyed yourselves.
What gave that away? Yeah, we always try and enjoy the shootout, to be fair. We make a bit of a commitment to one another that we'll stay in support.
It was great, wasn't it, in Blackpool? What a venue, that Tower Circus. Brilliant.
Yeah, it's tailor-made, isn't it, for the shootout? It's absolutely perfect. We really enjoyed it, albeit the snooker from my part wasn't particularly good, but yeah, the atmosphere was incredible.
Well, in the balance there, but of course Sing Tong has won 5 out of 5, so he's going to qualify. But as for Neil Robertson, well, he was looking really good for 2-0, wasn't he? But he missed that pink in frame 2. Now he's 2-1 down. And if he loses this match, he's surely... Well, he's not going to make the playoffs. The question would be then, could he get 5th? Fifth, of course, means you come back for the next group, Group 6, tomorrow and Thursday. I know one thing, if it had been the shootout, then there would have been even more pressure on that yellow from Neil Robertson, because you get the full treatment on the yellow, don't you?
Yeah, well, it would have been impossible to pot that yellow. Well, he likes the look of this red to right corner, Neil, but his cue ball is somewhat compromised going into them. Can he get back out? No.
1. Neil Robertson 1.
I'd love to swing the cue ball round. It's quite a big target up in behind that brown. Try and cut off the right side of the reds for Neil's return. It was a good attempt, but I think Neil can do the same here. Yeah, it's a really well played shot. Very close to absolutely nailing Wuizing there. I think he has got a return to balk. Just needs to be careful not to push anything over this right corner.
Well, he nearly made that plant. I mean, they were a long way apart, the two reds. Robertson, little fortunate to cover everything and also to hamper him on the red to middle. So could easily have left a simple red on, but in the end, Wuizing tried to sort of bully the red in, playing the plant, and he did get close to it. It's one of those where the cue ball kind of could have finished anywhere. It's not great, really.
Yeah, it's one of them where you know you're trusting a little bit to look, but one place you don't fancy the cue ball to finish is on the baulk cushion. Again, not happy with the nestle in behind the object ball there. He was up pretty quickly.
And again, I mean, that cue ball could have finished anyway, could have left Neil Robertson a sitter here. This is thin, and he's hampered as well.
Well, it seems to be all happening in this frame. Balls flying about all over the place, but Still only 2 reds have been potted. This now a much better chance.
Yeah, he was a bit fortunate, but then again, Robertson was fortunate earlier that he only left that plant, so, you know, these things happen, I guess.
So we've already seen that the pink is potable into the left corner pocket. That's helping Wuizing. I tell you what, he doesn't mind switching to his left hand. Does strike it well with his opposite hand, doesn't he?
7.
Yeah, it just happens more and more. I mean, it used to be big news when somebody changed hands. I mean, it literally was big news when Ronnie O'Sullivan did it at the Crucible 30 years ago. There was all sorts of outrage. But it's very handy, literally, if you can do it.
He's not quite got complete control over the cue ball at the moment, Wuizing. Not the nicest angle on this pink. His concern is playing up for that red there. But it needs to be on it quite precisely to make getting to his next colour easier, with the red being close to it as well, so a little bit of work to be done.
$16. 17.
It just felt like that break was going to come to an end at some point. His cue ball covered some mileage there. Just couldn't quite get hold of it and get in prime position. And ultimately he's paid the price. Now it's Neil's problem to have. This is by no means a straightforward chance. Black and pink not available at the moment, so just the blue to work off really.
Meanwhile, Oliver Lyons has gone 2 on Jiazing Tong. That's Oliver's last match, but if he wins it, it'll be up to 3 points. So it's that stage in the group where, you know, it's
6.
all getting a bit tight. Every frame is counting. Well, Robertson dug himself out of a hole against Mark Selby.
12.
From 2-1 down, and he's looking to do similar here.
Yeah, landed perfect on that red to play for the black, but has then proceeded to lose his cue ball from nowhere, really. This black is still potable, but it's mighty thin. Back in prime position, and now poised to take us the distance. Once again, there's been, well, quite a number of deciding frame finishes in this group already.
Yeah, and it's going to be a big frame if he does force the decider for these two. They've both got another match to play, but obviously whoever loses it is going to be in a bit of difficulty.
36. 37. 44.
So a couple of reds needed here
45.
to make sure of the frame. One snooker needed, so make sure the black as well. I'd be annoyed to finish so close to the red. Not able to pot it, but feels like he's done enough.
Robertson 60 in the frame.
Indeed. Wuizing remains in his seat, so it will be a deciding frame finish. A big frame for these two. Whoever loses it is going to be struggling to stay in the event. Whoever wins it has a chance then, of course, to get to 3 points later on. Oliver Lyons also with the chance to get to 3 against Xiao Tong. 2-1 up, 45 behind, though, in the next frame. The world champion has won 5 out of 5. Although, so often in this format, the player who tops the group in the round-robin phase doesn't win it in the playoffs, and that's a big mistake.
Yeah, what a poor shot that the world champion has just played there. Caught the two reds much too thick. So 45 points behind. This is the key shot. Can he get nicely on the black?
One.
Wanted to avoid it, playing for the black into the right corner. May still pot this, but now his cue ball is travelling.
We will let you know how that pans out, but right now the decider between Neil Robertson and Wuizing. So often the break-off shots have been important in these matches, and this feels like the most important of all in this particular contest.
And again, not leaving the usual shot to nothing red to right corner, leaving the straightest red to left corner. It's been left a few times over the past couple of days. And again, Neil missing it to exactly the same place as he missed it earlier. Nice clean pot from Neil. Would have enjoyed seeing that cue ball travel on just a fraction. An angle on the pink would have been ideal to maybe even go into the main bunch, actually try and get that black back into play, bring a few more reds out. Can't do that here, not from the pink anyway. He's tried it from the blue. What a shot this is. Great effort, just didn't quite catch the reds full enough.
6. 7.
It's amazing really how from playing that aggressive pack split from the blue that the black has pretty much stayed where it was. So okay, he's brought reds into play, but still plenty of work to be done. It's not really in Neil's interest to pot the pink at this stage, because that will respot and subsequently tie it up. Again, trying to get that black into play, it just doesn't want to move.
10. 11.
The second Neil can pot the red just beneath the pink spot, that will be when Neil's sights will be getting that pink back on its own spot. But until then, it would be slightly hampered, so there's no real reason to play the pink unless he can move that red. Might be looking again here to just play a little soft screw into the black, hold the cue ball. Well, it feels like he's done a lot of hard work in this break, Neil Robertson, and it's finally come to an end. Ooh, where are you going, Neil?
Robertson 17.
Yeah, he thought he got it. Yeah, 17. It felt like more than that. Prowling around, desperately looking for something to knock in. That'll do nicely.
I'll tell you what, it's one of the most frustrating things in the world as a player. Neil sat in his seat now, looking at how hard he tried to work to get those high value colours in play, and the second he goes back to his seat, his opponent finds a good long pot and a couple of favourable cannons, and now the frame is wide open for him. Well, if he can get to the central line of the cue ball here, it's not too bad. He's been fortunate if he can, because he played the previous black not well at all. He's okay.
Yeah, golden chance now, isn't it? 3 big colours all available. Red's open. It would lift Wuizing off the bottom of the table. Well, in fact, Neil Robertson's actually bottom, but in terms of points, they're both on 1. So obviously go up to 2 and be in the mix with another match to play later on against Stuart Bingham.
23.
Well, if he keeps himself on high value colours here, Wuizing, preferably the black, he won't need the 2 reds closest together on the left side cushion. He'll just need the 1 right of them, which is potable.
Chasington's levelled 2-2 with Oliver Lyons. A much bigger frame that for Lyons coming up than his opponent. But although I'm sure Xiao would like to win 6 out of 6, that's not that common an occurrence.
35.
Sure he would at £100 a frame. He needs it.
36. 43. 44. 51. 52.
'Oh, the pink does not go in. Now, did he feel that drifted on the way?
52.
Maybe.
Well, a reprieve for Neil. Sure, he'll have a little glance at the 2 reds close together. If they're a dead set plant, okay, there's a little bit of distance between them. It's not all that easy to develop them from a colour. Oh dear. Oh, that yellow just stays out.
Well, it would have been ironic had that gone in, because of course in frame one he was trying to pot it to that pocket to go on and make the maximum.
Well, that is a pretty advanced safety shot that Neil's played there.
Robertson 7.
Absolutely butchered the cross double attempt.
Yeah, it's got nervy now, 28 in it. So Wuizing would need the open red and a black, but then he'd need another red as well because it'd be 43 on, so would need one of the safe reds. This is heading towards a quite dramatic conclusion.
Well, that's a lovely pot from Neil.
What?
All things considered, very awkward queuing from the jaws of that corner pocket. Now, still the problem of those two reds. How do you get to them? Black is no good, too straight. Pink is far too dangerous. Suppose yellow is unmissable, but the path in and out of balk isn't guaranteed. The brown is a big ball potentially, unless he can hit the yellow thin enough with a little touch of left to try and bring the cue ball in between green and brown.
Missed. Robertson 3, Wuizing 4.
Well, this is a dilemma, isn't it? And he's smiling because these reds definitely close to a plant. Does he put Neil back in and watch him steam the plant in and clear up? Does he take it on himself? You live and die by your decisions in this game. I mean, it's not a nice plant to have to play. There is distance between the reds, but how can you bring yourself to watch your opponent pot it? Nightmare.
Yeah, and there's no point having the white replaced either, so make your choice, Wu. I think he's going to play it. At least then it's in his hands, but it could lose him the match. No, he's put Neil Robertson in. So he's had a long think about it. Well, you can't wait, can you, for Neil to nail this?
And he just definitely will now, won't he? It's as good a guarantee. He's certainly going to be going for it. He's been looking at it for a while. Nice game.
One.
Still got to pop this though and get on the red.
Hey.
Oh, this really is the big shot now. Oh, that's just quality. That really is quality. That is a Neil Robertson special.
Yeah, that is superb. Cued to perfection. Oh, and he's missed the black, would you believe it?
Amazing. Amazing.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, Dave.
Yeah, and his hopes now of remaining in this group are fading badly. He's only got one match to play. Wuizing needs yellow and green, first things first. Just starting to think there when the red went in, you know, you could easily see Robertson not only qualifying but winning the whole group, but not looking likely now.
Hi.
Well, it's only one snooker, so is the time for a late twist. I mean, if he were to get the white in behind the black, it would be horrible. A very small margin for error in terms of getting it there.
Yeah, and was forced to pot the brown, obviously, but he won't have many thoughts in potting this blue. Because at least he's got two options, pink and black, available for snookering balls at the minute.
Well, we'll use it with a chance to put the blue away. And put the match away with it. Not to be. So once again, blue for victory, and in it goes. Well, it was a very eventful match, wasn't it? We had two maximum attempts. We had all sorts happening in the decider, but the bottom line is Wuizing is the winner. So he moves up to 2 points, and Neil Robertson stays on 1, and Neil Robertson's chances of remaining in the event are receding. He has got another match later, but you certainly have to win it. Even that might not be enough. But Wuizing, he also has another match to come, and he has a chance still to reach the playoffs. There'll be a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with Mark Selby and Stuart Bingham.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Xiao makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Xiao has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again!
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego.
Jesus Christ.
What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah!
I ain't getting on with Jake Paul.
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk! Come talk! Come talk!
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Welcome back, everyone, to what's turning into a very interesting conclusion to Group 5 of the BetVictor Championship League. Xiao Zintong actually has now made it 6 wins out of 6 because he's just beaten Oliver Lyons 3-2. So clearly a massive setback, losing that decider for Lyons. For Xiao, carrying on his merry way. Mark Selby is in the playoffs. He's secured enough points and frames to make that absolutely guaranteed. But there's still so much to play for. And our next match features Selby against a man who would love to win this particular contest, Stuart Bingham. Regardless, it's not a do-or-die scenario because Bingham does play at 4:30 on table 2 against Wuizing in what really is a crunch match. But if Bingham could win this, well, then those semi-final playoffs would definitely loom large. Good stuff, Stephen, isn't it? Lots of deciding frame finishes.
Yeah, loads of deciders, and Dave mentioned in the previous match when one player goes unbeaten, can often offer up a lot of opportunities to everyone else, all fighting amongst themselves, and that seems to have been what's happened.
Yeah, the other interesting point is that historically, when a player wins 6 out of 6 to qualify, you would think they would be buzzing, but quite often they don't win the group. The one thing about this match, you can rest assured both are well aware of precisely where they stand. Selby, I know for certain, is safe in the knowledge he's through, but that won't stop him trying very hard to win this.
Yeah, I'm not saying it makes any difference whatsoever who you play if you get through to the semi-finals, but of course where you finish in the table does determine who you play in those semis, so still a lot to play for. along with the prize money, of course.
And although he would never admit it, no player would. I think the way Xiao is playing, Selby would prefer not to play him in the semi-finals. Remember, those semi-finals will be from the group. The player who finishes first against fourth, second against third.
Got a great chance here to go into the mark if he wishes to. Does have the red just at the top of the pack available though. Choosing to lay up on that. Probably play down for the, or up for the blue now. Leave the nice angle, then go into them. Perfectly played. Perfect angle. Now it's been a bit of a theme of Mark's day that every time he's gone into them he's not landed nicely, so let's see how he fares this time. Much better.
9.
One of Selby's friends and mentors from his early career, Willie Thorne, often used to say it was a flat back pack when you're talking about going into the pack off the black ball. A flat front pack is far less common, but I think there was certainly a hint of that there. So I think he's, all things considered, done well. Of course, now we start thinking about Group 6 tomorrow. I can tell you the 3 players coming in. Jack Jones, the world record century break maker from last year's Championship League. Zhang Anda, and finally a ranking event winner we're all relieved about, Jack Lazowski. So regardless of who tops this group this evening, tomorrow's and Thursday's group is going to be attractive.
$25. 26.
20. Very competitive their head-to-heads over the years, Selby and Bingham. They crossed cues in the first ever Championship League in 2008. It was a 2-all draw. Total Championship League meetings, 9 wins for Selby, 8 for Bingham. And that pattern is adhered to in their overall career meetings outside of this. It's 12-11 to Selby. Bingham won their first ever meeting 5-0 in the opening round of the China Open 27 years ago.
48.
That was nicely struck. Back perfect on this black. Enough reds in open play to take out this first frame pretty quickly. I think Mark's got to be happy with where his overall game is. This week, just another opportunity to get plenty of good matches under his belt. A lot of big tournaments on the horizon for
55.
the likes of Mark Selby and the other top players. Sights on getting more silverware in the cabinet.
Yeah, I think winning this group would be absolutely ideal for Selby, either this group or Group 6. It would give him a lot of practice, as you say, in the arena, but also give him some time off before he goes to the German Masters next week.
You say that, but you can guarantee he wouldn't have any time off. He'll be down the club, Phil. He loves it.
And how can you not love him? Because apart from the fact he's just a really good bloke and a great ambassador for the game, I think he embodies everything that snooker players respect. He's a trier. He's dedicated. He scores heavily. His tactical game, I think, is peerless. Multiple world champion. Can't really speak highly enough about him. And he's one of those people, Stephen, and you know better than me about this. Success has never changed him.
Yeah, I think it's mainly down to the fact that he's always in the pursuit of more. Always looking for those further percentages, those fine margins that separate the top players.
70.
Never comfortable, never happy. I have this conversation quite a lot when I'm coaching. Players often have favourite players and look at different areas of all the top players' games, and I always say if you can take inspiration from anyone or model your game on anyone, it would be Mark Selby, particularly the junior players. There's a lot of junior players that could look at Mark Selby and take a lot from what he does and how he operates. So dedicated as well, which I think a lot of juniors nowadays, they don't tend to have that. Too many other distractions around.
Well, one in particular, phones.
That's 9.
Well, that's another century from Mark Selby, who's knocking them in with great regularity. Stephen, the frame is over. That was academic, but if that was in the heat of battle in a massive final, you'd regard that as a hot shot.
Yeah, again, another perfect example of perfect ball striking. Could not have hit that any better. Timing it like a dream, isn't he, Mark Selby? Well, maybe not everyone's dreams, Phil, but certainly mine.
127.
What a start this is.
What a start indeed. When Mark Selby plays his best and everything comes together, he's one of those snooker players that looks unbeatable. He certainly did in that frame. Another big century, and he leads Stuart Bingham 1-0. So normally we'd go over and have a look at Table 2, but the proceedings for the afternoon are over on Table 2. So I can tell you what's coming up at 4:30 as the next session begins. So it's Neil Robertson against Xiao Guodong. That's on Table 1. And on Table 2, Wuizing will be playing Stuart Bingham. Now, regardless of what happens in this match, that Wuizing-Bingham match, that's vital. Once those two are completed, then it's the semi-finals and ultimately the group final later on. So far, we've had 3 Englishmen and a Chinese player through into the winners group. The way Mark Selby's playing, it might be 4-1.
Yeah, and it's looking increasingly likely that it could be a Mark Selby Xiao Xingtong final if both players come through. Xiao Xingtong would have the mental edge, I suppose, having played earlier on today, beating Mark 3-2, but it was a good game. Could have gone either way.
He's off again.
Well, that's overhit by quite some way.
4.
Okay, he can still pop this red, but cue ball is going into the reds now. More than he would have liked. Cueing from the cushion. This is a tricky shot. A tricky shot made to look very, very comfortable.
Now, Xiao has not made an awful lot of mistakes in this group. This is one shot that's caused him a few problems. This on the black, and it does to Selby as well. Xiao's missed it on more than one occasion by trickling the black. That wasn't a trickle by any means. The way he's been queuing, that was unexpected. And that was even more unexpected. What's the difference between Stuart Bingham these days and a decade ago when he was world champion? Well, he throws in that kind of miss out of nowhere far more often than he used to.
Yeah, it was quite a good camera angle that we had there from right behind the shot, because it looked to me that he was aiming to miss that red the second he got down. It always looked a bit thin down the line of his cue.
And you might think, well, how on earth can these world-class elite players make alignment mistakes? The fact is they do. That wasn't an alignment mistake, that was a potentially big mistake.
Yeah, Mark had him absolutely nailed there. Really, Stuart Bingham had to be spot on with that return, as he so often does. Mark Selby reels you in.
And having found the gap, this is prime position.
That was sublime touch, wasn't it, to find that little gap? Just a little brush cannon to the red, not too hard, because his concern was that the red may hamper the black spot. Played it and controlled it to absolute perfection.
As Dave was telling us earlier, Selby's made more centuries this season than anyone else. We've just seen him supplement his total.
17.
He's put together 6 centuries already in this group, 4 of which have been over 130.
I think he senses the opportunity here, Mark, for a quick kill. You always see the top players, when they see their opponent miss a pretty routine shot, the one that Stuart Bingham just missed, it's one that he would pop 10 out of 10 usually. They get that spring in their step. Mark can smell blood. Of course, then it's up to him to inflict more pain and keep Stuart in his seat for as long as possible.
A defeat here for Bingham, and we're still some way off from that, but let's just assume he does lose. A defeat for Bingham would be really good news for both Xiao, Gudong and Wuizing. And in terms of securing 5th place, maybe, it might not be bad news for Oliver Lyons either.
46.
You might ask why 5th place is important. It misses out on the playoffs, yes, but if you finish in 5th, you come back tomorrow for Group 6.
A little bit of precision required here for Mark Selby in potting this pink. He's got to leave his cue ball in quite a specific pot place. That's why he's looking at the black now. Got much more area to play with, playing the thinner black. So 65 in front, this red is frame ball. And frame ball is dispatched with no problems.
By my reckoning, Selby is fast approaching what would be the 97th century break of the tournament. So with 2 more group matches to come after this, plus the semi-finals and final, every chance we'll reach 100 tonight.
Do you think he'll be pleased with how he started this game, Phil?
96.
Yes, but it's nothing new because, of course, he started his first match against Xiao yesterday with a couple of centuries. This is just terrific stuff. Okay, he missed a black off its spot. But then Bingham was guilty of missing a sitter, and ever since, he's been sitting down.
Yeah, he looked pretty interested there, didn't he? Stuart Bingham can't even bring himself to watch this. It's been absolutely sublime snooker so far in these first 2 frames, bar that miss black in the previous. Looking quite fed up. At least he's got a comfy seat.
110.
Just goes to show at this level, you can't afford many mistakes, if any. Missing reds like Stuart did are going to be punished.
It's a 134 break followed by 123. Mark Selby in supreme nick, it seems to me, and he leads Stuart Bingham by 2 frames to 0. 1 more required for victory. And of course, while this isn't the biggest money tournament on the calendar, it is most certainly worth playing for. Every group winner gets £3,000 plus £100 for every frame they've won. There is a high break prize as well in each group. Currently, Mark Selby in line for that with a 137. And then if you get into the winners group, then you're talking big money. The winner of that group will receive a £10,000 bonus. Every frame won in the league phase of the winners group next month here will get £200. By the way, if you get to the playoffs, you're on £300 per frame won. That's in the winners group and indeed in the regulation groups such as this. The high break prize in the winners group is £1,000. And don't forget, if you've not already qualified, being the Championship League winner stamps your passport to the Champion of Champions. That's not a concern for Selby. He's already there after winning the champion of champions already this season, and indeed the UK Championship. He's the only doubly qualified player so far. Wheels within wheels, Stephen.
Yeah, and the prize money can soon accumulate in this event, can't it? Particularly if you're involved in multiple groups. If you progress through the event and go deep in each group, you can soon rack up the prize money.
Yeah, I think one of the most lucrative campaigns ever was from Ryan Day, played in all 7 groups. I think he won about 40 grand. He didn't win the event, but the bank manager wasn't bothered.
Now, can Mark attempt this red to left corner and catch it just right to avoid the black and reds? Of course he can. So, not much angle to play with on this brown. Chance to screw the cue ball in and out of baulk, left side cushion. Again, he struck that perfectly. Great shot.
Bingham yet to get off the mark in the match. That's 267 unanswered points from Mark Selby, with, you would think, plenty more to come. This has been a group of tight finishes. 3-0s have been thin on the ground. In fact, we've only had 2, both of them yesterday. The way things are going here, this might well be the 3rd.
12.
The blue gave him the blues at the Masters last week. It was the shot he remembers most, the blue he missed. Will you remember that one? Suddenly, things might change. Well, if that wasn't a kick, Bingham's got problems. It seemed like a kick, it sounded like a kick, but I'm not quite sure.
And Stuart Bingham's hoping it was a kick. Because if it wasn't, as you say, that is a head scratcher.
That's the one negative about the eradication of kicks. Back in the day, you could have said, I had a kick, because they were so prevalent. Now, they're so rare.
Yeah, it's a shame, really, because we're running out of excuses now, Phil. Conditions are so good that we've nearly only got ourselves to blame. And obviously we can't blame ourselves.
When snooker players run out of excuses, that's the time to pack it in. It was too cold, it was too hot. Practiced too much, didn't practice enough. Need I go on? That's just 4 of about 450, I think I've heard over the years.
Well, Mark can count himself slightly fortunate that the poor safety shot that he played, he left it fairly awkward for Stewart. That cue ball by the side cushion, that was not an easy shot that he attempted, and look at the result. Never rains, it pours. I think there's value in maybe trying to find an angle off his next colour here, Mark, to go into the reds and try and get a little bit of movement. They're all kind of covering one another at the moment.
Every credit to Stuart Bingham. He's lost an awful lot of weight recently, looking good. But when he comes to the scoreboard in this match, he's still on a big fat 0. Now, if the 2 reds by the pink spot created a plant, Mark will come round to just have a little glance at them. Often a quick glance suggests that they are not a plant. Less than 1 hour to go before the scheduled start of session 2. So if Bingham does come back, and do not discount that possibility, if he does come back, the sessions could well merge. Just can't get going.
Well, that is another fabulous pot to add to the collection that Mark Selby's shown us over the last day and a half. What a pot that was. And look at the value in it. Couldn't leave anything. Guaranteed on the black. Oh, and that was played so well also. No holding back there.
On a tighter table, the tariff on that black at that pace would have been high. for the pockets to accommodate. And now Selby's in to win.
Yeah, there's no doubt that you play to the conditions with that shot selection on the black. Take the UK Championship, for example. There's absolutely no way that you can pot that at pace. But you just know after a few shots that these Rasson tables are playing on the generous side, particularly with the new cloth on. You're going for it all day long.
Yeah, I don't think there's much difference between
15.
The star and Rasson tables when it comes to the middle pockets, but certainly when it comes to the corners, there is a difference.
Well, Mark just got to navigate this cue ball. A little bit of care and attention required. Potting the blue. Up to Bork. Either back down the table, avoiding Bork colours, or trying to rest up onto that red to the green pocket. Needs the cue ball to run. Won't be pleased with that one.
Tall individual. That means his reach is better than most, but still required to affix the butt extension.
And also still work to be done with the cue ball here.
Helped there by the fact he does have a lone red in bulk, which he might think about dropping on, because he's on the incorrect side of the black in terms of the reds at the business end. All very neat and tidy.
29.
And now it's looking increasingly likely that Stuart Bingham may be whitewashed in all senses. Not just the frame score, but the match score. Been clinical stuff this from the jester, hasn't it?
35.
Sending out a real message to everyone.
You might think, well, is it a first that someone has failed to score a point in a match? Well, in the Championship League, most certainly not a first. We've seen this several times before. Because if one of these giants of the game gets going, they can absolutely dominate.
And again, this is where someone like Mark Selby, you know, his character coming into a match like this, Stuart Bingham's probably thinking, okay, I might have half a chance here. Mark's already through to the groups. Maybe he's going to take his foot off the gas. That's not going to happen. Not with Mark Selby.
Up the road at the now defunct Willie Thorne Snooker Centre. Willie's brother Malcolm, who was such a supporter of junior snooker, amateur snooker, he used to run very regular tournaments for juniors where they'd play all day on a Sunday for 40 quid, first prize, 50, 60 quid. So for Selby, this was an opportunity to snare £300, and he's taken it with aplomb.
Sixth.
Are we going to see a hat-trick of tons?
Six. Seven.
Again, you might be thinking, have we seen a match in the Championship League, one with 3 centuries? Yes, we have. We're not going to see this one with 3 centuries, but what a performance from Mark Selby. By my reckoning, he won that 353 points to 0 and by 3 frames to 0. So Stuart Bingham is rocked on his heels. It's now do or die for him in his last match of the day. Will it, though, be his last match of the day? We know that Xiao Xintong, with a perfect 6 points out of 6, is through to the semi-finals. Mark Selby will finish second in the table. There's no doubt about that. So the world champion and the former world champion will avoid each other in those playoffs. As for Oliver Lyons, Xiao Guodong, Wuizing and Stuart Bingham, their fate is still very much up in the air. It's not just about making the playoffs, of course. It's about finishing 5th as well, avoiding relegation and coming back tomorrow. So we come back at 4:30 in around 45 minutes' time. Neil Robertson takes on Xiao Guodong on table 1. That's the one we're concentrating on. Over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, it will be a shootout for a semi-final place as Wuizing takes on Stuart Bingham. Hope to have your company for that. Again, we resume 4:30 local time. Would like to have your company for the final night of Group 5 of the BetVictor Championship League.
snooker fans all around the world.
We are here for the battle on the bays.
Quite simply, superb.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself.
The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester, and tonight Group 5 of the BetVictor Championship League will be decided. We've got 4 players in the winners group, 1 more to come, and it's still in the balance as to who exactly will be in the playoffs. We know a couple of the names, Xiao for sure, because he's won 6 out of 6, so he's just waiting for the semi-finals to start. Mark Selby also has qualified on 4 points, but then it's up for grabs. Oliver Lyne's 3 at the moment because he's finished. So there's an opportunity for the remaining players, because Neil Robertson's going to play Xiao and Stuart Bingham's going to play Wuizing. So at the moment, all 4 of those could still make the playoffs, and it means it's an exciting hour or so as we finally decide the lineup for the last 4. So Neil Robertson bottom at the moment, but if he were to win certainly 3-0, he'd be right amongst it all. And Xiao, of course, has got an extra point, but he might need to win this one. It's very much in the balance. Wuizing, Stuart Bingham on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel just getting underway. But Phil, sometimes at this stage, you know, someone's through, someone's out. It doesn't always mean much, but it almost feels like a kind of knockout match.
Yeah, at this stage, sometimes this last couple of matches in the round-robin phase can be a phony war. We're waiting for the semi-finals to begin. We know who's there. Definitely not the case this time. We know that Xiao is the table topper. He cannot play Mark Selby in the semi-finals. We also know that Oliver Lynes could finish 5th, but he can't make the playoffs. Apart from that, so many questions. As for Wuizing and Stuart Bingham, that's a straight shootout for a playoff place. This one a little more nuanced.
Yeah, Wuizing or Stuart Bingham, one of them's going to get to 3 points, so one of them's going to qualify. As I mentioned, 3-0 for Robertson, that would be the best scoreline. I think 3-2 to him, he might actually not get in. But anyway, we'll follow it frame by frame, because this is the thing. When you get a player win all the matches, as Xiao did, it actually does give hope for players with not many points, and that's what's happened here.
Tell you who will be following it, the Lynes family, Peter the father and Oliver the son, because if he can finish 5th, that would be a real boost coming back for Group 6 tomorrow.
Yeah, and Peter, I was up there and he made Oliver check and check and check that he got the maths right. He went to see Marcel Eckhart in the tournament office, went through it all. You don't want to be on your way home and then realise you made a mistake.
And by the way, Peter Lynes is still a formidable player. He's 2nd on the Q Tour rankings, so could get his card back if he can finish on top.
Yeah, Peter Lynes, one of these people who just loves playing, and well, I think will always play as long as he can. Meanwhile, this is trouble for the Aussie. Not one to stress, Neil Robertson. I was asking him upstairs over dinner who he's got in Germany, and he said, I've no idea. So he looked it up. It's Chang Bingyu, which will be a very interesting match. Of course, he was runner-up at the Scottish Open in December. I think he sort of probably feels his race is run here, but he knows there is an outside chance he could still get in, which would be a remarkable turnaround because he has struggled.
And as you say, Sergio Wei qualified for the playoffs with 2 points and went on to win the group. This was a tough escape. Not a bad job. But I think where the cue ball has come to rest. Yeah, I think he's remaining rooted to the spot because he knows it's going to go back. Natalia Gradinari is the referee. We were just up there, weren't we, Dave, having dinner with 3 world champions, Neil Robertson, Mark Selby and Stuart Bingham, and they're good value. So much fun.
That's a great hit. Yeah, I mean, they're all, you know, not veterans as such, but they've all been pros a long time, got a lot of stories, and still clearly love just being part of it all.
And Mark Selby in particular is so dry. He doesn't miss a trick, does he?
Well, he didn't miss many on table either, did he? He played superbly early. We'll see him, of course, in the playoffs. Now, this looks a good effort. Very good effort. Excellent. Xiao Guodong was kind of applauding. He knew that he was going to be in trouble.
I don't know whether this is going to be an omen, but these two played each other in Group 4 earlier in the month. In their round-robin match, Xiao won 3-2, making a 1-3-6 in the decider. But then they played again in the semi-finals. And it was Robertson who came through 3-2 from 2-1 down.
Well, if there's nothing on, it's going to go back again, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I did that group, and I didn't think Robertson played as well as some players in it, but he battled hard, and that's so much a part of it. Didn't play badly by any means. Now then, is this red on, does he think? Clearly he does. But it's not in. Be interested to see, because at the moment you think, well, it's Xingtong v Selby and the final nailed on, but so often in the knockout it doesn't work out that way. It becomes almost a different event. So we'll see in due course.
Xiao could not see that red directly, so had to come off cushion first, and even though the red was right over the pocket, the key to that shot wasn't so much the fact he had to pot it, that was pretty much a given. It was the control of the cue ball, and the kiss on the blue wasn't too harsh. In fact, it's quite good. One of the most extraordinary results of a positive nature for Xiao Guodong early in his career came against Neil Robertson at the English Open in 2016. Won 4-3 from 3-0 down.
7.
He's also had a couple of World Grand Prix wins over Robertson, so he knows what's required. 4-3, that head-to-head. And also, it's 4-3 in favour of Robertson in terms of the Championship League.
Yeah, the thing about Xiao Guodong, until about 18 months ago, he was a player who was known for beating top players now and again, but not really coming alive in the real big matches. He'd get to semi-finals and he'd fade away. But of course that all changed when he won the Wuhan Open, and then of course this season won it again. So number 11 in the world, he had that big win over Selby at the Masters last week. Very much a top player now. Taken him a while to get there, but does seem a lot more comfortable on the big occasions now. Last season at the Champion of Champions, he beat in the same day O'Sullivan and Selby in deciders.
played that one nicely to avoid the red. Yeah, in many respects, given the chronology of his career, he's the Chinese Stuart Bingham. Always highly regarded, but then in his mid-30s, suddenly finding a new gear.
He was interviewed at the Masters as well, and about the early years of his career and how lonely he found it, because of course there were nowhere near as many Chinese players then, going back sort of 15, 20 years, finding it really hard in the UK, not being able to really speak much English. And of course what's changed is there's now a big community of Chinese players, most of whom practice in Sheffield at the various academies. Needs to beat the blue spot, which it's done.
28. Six.
As Dave was explaining, every frame lost in this match for Robertson decreases his chances of progress. And the calling card for Xiao Guodong, when he's in, he normally stays in. He's got really good concentration.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, the last century he made took him to 339 for his career, so he's gone one past the great Steve Davis, who, of course, he's from another era, but was the heaviest scorer of that era by far. The man who made the first maximum in 1982. Now, meanwhile, Wuizing looking good to win the first frame against Stuart Bingham on table 2. Snooker's required there, so that is kind of a straight shootout to see who qualifies, and Wuizing is, well, he's going to be 1-0 up.
17.
And that's the 4th consecutive frame that Stuart Bingham has drawn a blank. Didn't pot a ball in the entire match against Mark Selby, and now it's a 0 in frame 1 here against Wu.
Yeah, you compared him to Stuart Bingham. I think there's also a comparison to Barry Hawkins in as much as he's quite an understated character. You know, he's a quiet sort of character, and he doesn't have that many sort of weaknesses at all. He's strong in every area, very good cue ball control, hence a lot of breaks, and just sort of gets on with business, really. Doesn't mind if people notice it or not. He's there winning a lot of matches, and now, of course, tournaments.
Yeah, for a number of years, I think his one glaring weakness was a lack of self-belief. He didn't realise just how good he was. That's not an issue now. You couldn't possibly criticise his cue ball control. It is really neat and tidy.
So the black and Neil Robertson needs a snooker. Still went into the reds though because he wants to make sure, and also has a chance to make yet another century. We've had 97 in the tournament before this session. So it seems likely by the end of the night we'll get to 100.
Yeah, I think the record from last season of 177 could still possibly be under threat. When you think about the scorers we've got coming in tomorrow, Jack Jones, Jack Lazowski and Zhang Anda.
8.
Ooh, and he missed that, so it's not a century, but 80 will do nicely for Xiao Guodong, who takes the opening frame. And victory, of course, would put him up to 3 points, so he would qualify for the playoffs. At the moment, he's in fourth position, but crucially, because he's on 2 points, so if he won the match, he'd definitely qualify. Neil Robertson's chances, which were faint at the start of play, are receding with every frame he loses. Lost a couple of 3-2s, hasn't he? It's a killer in this format. Those deciders. Did win one against Selby earlier, but he lost to Wuizing 3-2, yesterday to Oliver Lyons 3-2. So just the odd frame here and there in this format makes a massive difference.
And it's a real reclamation act from Xiao Guodong. He lost his first match to Mark Selby 3-1. Then he was beaten 3-2 by Wuizing. Got even worse, losing 3-1 to Xiao Zhentong. But last night, last up on table 2, he beat Oliver Lyons 3-0 with 3 big breaks. Earlier today, he overcame Stuart Bingham 3-1, so things have really turned around.
Well, he'll be used to the format by now, because of course this is his third group. Xiao Guodong. And the money is ticking along nicely. He'd earned 6,100 before this group. And how many frames has he won here? 11 already, so that's another 1,100. Plus, if he gets to the playoffs, there's more to come. So it's been quite profitable, and also great match practice. We saw, of course, his terrific win over Selby at the Masters.
Xiao takes part in a very interesting opening round match at the World Grand Prix against Kyron Wilson. Some really good first round matches there. I've mentioned before John Higgins against Xiao Zhentong. Talk about being thrown in at the deep end.
Well, meanwhile, a very aggressive safety shot from Robertson. He purposely opened the reds, and then it was all about getting a good cue ball, which he has. So he's putting pressure on this next shot from Xiao Guodong. He might have to try and pot his way out of this. That was what he attempted, but the Neil Robertson tactic seems to have paid off. Well, having fashioned the chance, he misses very unexpectedly, that black. And it just feels like he's sort of like a balloon deflating, isn't he, Neil Robertson, in this event? He just feels like the exit door is kind of coming into view for him.
It's a good analogy, actually. I remember the 1989 World Championship final, which Steve Davis won with a session to spare, 18-3 against John Parrott. Parrott had put everything into reaching his first World Final, and he got nothing more left to give, and he described himself as a deflated tyre.
8.
Two years later, though, he was crowned champion. What I'm going to tell you now has got nothing to do with this match, but I think it's a great story anyway. I'm going to impart it. Parrott beaten 18-3, the heaviest defeat over that distance in a World Championship final. He's not feeling at his best, is he? So what do the authorities at the time ask of him? Well, demand of him. I'll tell you what it was. They said, you've got to go out in the evening and play an exhibition. How did he feel? Well, awful. That Liverpudlian wit was tested that night, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, it was no good for anyone, I suppose, but that's unfortunately that's Steve Davis at that era. Relentless winner. Of course, Neil Robertson has won 2 ranking finals by whitewashers. A 9-0 and a 10-0 last year against Stuart Bingham, actually, who's on the other table. But right now, he's struggling in this group. I think his concentration is a little bit spent. Of course, it was a long week for him at the Masters as well.
And as we've explored, Xiao Guodong is not the sort to make stupid errors.
26.
Wuizing are a 78 in frame 1 there against Bingham. Although Bingham has potted a ball in the next, so it's not going to be another frame whitewash.
Xiao will get the opportunity to join that very select group of players who won 3 consecutive world ranking events, because the Wuhan Open is part of the calendar next season. Well, he's on a red, but not quite how he anticipated.
42. Free.
This is pretty good. He's on a red, and he's opened the others up, so definite chance for 2-0. Neil Robertson Mr. Red in the first frame, he's Mr. Black in this one. 49. And they both look very costly. And of course, the key thing is if he wins this frame, he's guaranteed to have more frames than Robertson. He'd have 12. Even if Robertson came back and beat him 3-2, he'd only have 11. They'd be level on points, so he'd still be ahead of him. So these are the sort of things that are going to come into play in the table. Robertson, it looks to me like he's out.
Yeah, goose cooked.
Oliver Lyons has got 11 frames. He's lost 15. This is the 16th frame that Robertson has lost. So it seems the race is over for the Aussie. But Xiao Dong has just been very impressive, hasn't he? Just very, very... I mean, solid, it doesn't sound like a compliment, but it's actually what you want to be, isn't it? You want to just keep control of the white, be nice and close to the next object ball, and just pop them, and that's what he's done, very impressively.
Before Rob Walker made the Master of Ceremonies his own, I think the most famous MC in snooker was the late Alan Hughes. When he had got nothing particular to say about someone, he always used to say, solid all-round game. And that was met with quite some mirth, actually, at the time, but that's what you need, a solid all-round game. And if you've got that, you're tough to beat.
Well, he could have had 2 centuries. He had 80 and 81. They'll do just as well. And Xiao Dong in complete control of this match and looking very good to qualify now. He leads Neil Robertson 2-0. Table 2 is 1-0 up on Stuart Bingham, who is in front in this next frame. This is live, of course, on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. So it's effectively whoever wins this match qualifies. Bingham's long career in this event, he's come back from all sorts of unlikely positions. So even though, you know, he's had a bad spell of it today, if he wins this match, he'll qualify. Well, this doesn't look great, though.
46.
So he's out of position, but we return to table 1. It's 2-0 to Xiao Dong.
Can Robertson find some spark?
Yeah, look, he's not just going to bash the balls around, but he's definitely sort of lost a bit of focus, and that's understandable. Well, it was a great pot, and on another day you land nicely on the black. May be able to see the pink. It's not easy though. Yeah, you can see it, but kind of needs to pot this, otherwise he's leaving reds on. Yeah, nicely done. Had a golden chance earlier for a 147 in his match with Wu. Here's a first frame.
7.
Got down to the yellow, but well, he didn't finish ideal on the black off the 15th red, but still potted it and then just overdid the next shot to the extent that the yellow was in the jaws of the yellow pocket. Had a horrible yellow to right middle, which he missed. But he looked nailed on to make it at one point.
It always amuses me when I think of this. The two greatest players from Australia, they were so different. Before Robertson, it was Eddie Charlton. Stoic, defensive. Robertson, the great potter and break builder. And of course, what Robertson's achieved in his career has far outstripped that of Steady Eddie.
39.
Yes, very different personalities for sure, different players. Eddie Charlton, I mean, he was a plain ball merchant, wasn't he? He didn't like playing with side and wasn't particularly adventurous in his shot selection, but you couldn't be like that today and expect to thrive anywhere near the top of the game.
Let me tell you, Dave, vampires liked garlic more than Charlton liked side.
Ray Reardon, then?
46.
Yeah, I mean, I interviewed Ray Reardon before he died, and he was, because he played Charlton in Australia in a world final that went to a decider. And he said he got down, knocked a long red in, and because Eddie's standing by his chair, and the normal protocol is you then sit down, and he said he was so shocked, Charlton, by what he saw, he missed the chair. So now he's on the floor, so Ray's had to go over to sort of pick him up. This is the way Ray told it anyway, to go over to pick him up. Are you all right, Eddie, and all that, and then of course went back to the table and made the winning break, won the World Championship again. Whether it exactly happened like that, I don't know, and frankly I don't really care because it's such a great story.
Well, the thing with Charlton was his language was disgraceful at the table. Under the current rules where players are fined for swearing, Lord knows what his bill would be.
Now Robertson reaching for the swan neck rest there. A rare sighting. So he's still going. He's good enough to win this 3-2 with 3 big breaks, of course he is. But I get the feeling, and we've seen it in the match already, it's going to be, right, I'll go for it. They've got to go in. They have in this frame. But if they don't, we've already seen from the first 2 that he's going to leave chances for Xiao Guodong. Still a chance for the high break, maybe.
63.
Yeah, £500 worth pursuing.
Well, there's 145 on, so that would be a fantastic target. And it's funny, isn't it? Because he was looking, as I said, deflated, but suddenly, you know, that opportunity for another 500 quid comes along and suddenly he's a lot sharper.
And of course, the story goes when he came over to England to start his pro career, that's what he had in his wallet, 500 quid. Might be a millionaire now, but he remembers when times were significantly harder. And every match win, every penny, every pound earned meant something.
Still work to do. The red on the cushion, of course, the left-hand side cushion is going to be a potential stumbling block here. The frame should be his now, though, so no reason not to try and stay on the black and possibly make a 1-4-5. So taking a pink brings the possible total down by 1.
He's read your mind, asking Natalia Gradinari what the high break prize is. What the target is, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he would feel anything above 140, he's got a chance, even if he doesn't know the specific number. Taking another pink. So there's the century. Still 43 on. So any sort of idea disengaged from the event, suddenly, as I say, 500 quid up for grabs, he couldn't be more switched on.
And this is the crucial shot, helped here by the fact that he's a left-hander, so accessing the last red a little easier than if he was right-handed. That's why he's dropped in behind it.
Now you could see from the overhead it caught the cushion, so Mark Selby's money is safe for now. But Neil Robertson has made a century there, 108, to pull one back and trail Xiao. 2-1. Stuart Bingham has levelled with Wuizing 1-1 on table 2. This is effectively a knockout match, because whoever wins will be in the playoffs.
15. $16. $23.
Always completes his action, does Wu. That's why he generates so much easy cue power.
24.
Strikes through the ball wonderfully. Would love a good split here. That qualifies as a good split. Unless the red goes in, no, he should be okay.
So good chance for Wuizing, but back here on table 1 it's 2-1 of course to Xiao. He had chances for centuries in the first 2 frames. Made 80 and 81. Neil Robertson did make a century, 108 in frame 3. Oh, great red. And he's on the black. What a shot.
$32.
You know, over the course of this group, right from the start, the amount of absolutely terrific pots really early in a frame to set up a chance, they've been far more than normal. Look at this. What a peach. And the cue ball controlled to boot.
Well, it hasn't worked out, has it?
16.
Nice attempt. possibly cut this red back. It's whether he can even see the angle to do that. Well, he thinks he can, maybe. Yeah. Oh, just drops.
17.
Only the very quiet pace on that red allowed it to fall.
Well, he's Neil Robertson's
20.
break-off shot, his last shot of this match, of this tournament. Rob Walker tried a new nickname for him, didn't he? Because he comes from a city in China that's known for sort of technological companies. And
27.
Anyway, he tried the Cyberman, which I don't think's going to stick, is it? Not least because he had to explain it in the intro, so people understood.
Yes, and if you're a fan of Doctor Who, everyone knows Cybermen are baddies.
34.
Well, he's chipped a couple more reds out, and so getting closer shot by shot to rubber stamping his qualification for the playoffs. Group 3 he won 5 out of 6 to finish top, and in Group 4 he won 4 out of 6 to finish top. So he actually topped the league table twice, but didn't, of course, win either group. Might be that he sneaks in this time, but then who knows? The playoffs, he might be saving his best for last. Well, he's not there yet.
Thought for a moment the blue might come down and block this straightforward red into the top left-hand pocket, but it's not. Developments on table 2. Dave Wuizing on a century break. He's going to lead Stuart Bingham 2-1.
Yeah, if he makes it, that'll be century number 99, won't it? Of the tournament. Well, getting amongst them here. Lovely split.
14.
Well, if the red doesn't go past the black, the red close to the top cushion will cut in, but boy, it's a tough one. Also looking at the red below the pink to go to right-hand middle. Either way, this could go astray. What a superb pot from Robertson. Pity the cue ball didn't just nudge the red and leave him on the black. No problem anyway, though. An equally good pink, and
27.
Robertson keeping this going beautifully. The one thing he had to avoid there being straight on this red. He doesn't seem to have a great amount of angle. He might have just enough. Yeah. When the pockets are playing generously, that's where it really helps.
Well, maybe it's a good thing he didn't make that total clearance in the last frame, because Wuizing has just made a 1-4-3, so it wouldn't have stood for long. Because in the end, that was the most Robertson could have made. So 1-4-3, new high break target. A really good one.
42.
What a good break this has been. Plenty of brave pots.
Yeah, and you know, good professionalism as well, because he's not going to qualify, but he can still end with a victory.
Yes, and by doing this, he safeguards the integrity of the group, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's been around long enough to know that you've got to think of the other players as well and just play the game, and he's doing that well. 15 in front here. So these two reds, the key balls, really... Well, he's missed that one. So after all that, he's left it, and if Xiao can get on the last red, then it's a big chance to win. Didn't seem too enamoured with the angle he's left himself.
Yeah, it was a pained expression. Two reasons for that. One, the positional shot. Also, he might have been awkward there, you know. Might have been in physical pain. So he's playing for the double. And we've seen an awful lot of doubles of this ilk find the pocket.
It kind of feels like match ball. It isn't quite, obviously, but everything else is there if he can nail this. Didn't really threaten, did it, in the end? And he has left a chance at the red. So conversely, one good pot from Robertson, and he's looking like 2-2. Well, Xiao, it looks like he's qualified anyway, but he wouldn't necessarily know that out there. He still was disappointed not to win frame and match there.
4.
Glance at the scores tells him the brown puts him 20 in front, with of course 18 on blue, pink and black, so it's going to be 2-2, and yet another decider. We've had a few today on this table, 3 in fact in the previous 4 matches, 2 of which have involved Neil Robertson. He's won 1 and lost 1.
And if he can win the decider, that might do a big favour to Oliver Lyons in terms of finishing 5th. So much is interconnected in these groups.
So Xiao Guidong missed the double. Neil Robertson, who'd of course broken down initially, has done the rest. Well, this match, Wuizing, Stuart Bingham, just to clarify, so Xiao Xingtong and Mark Selby have qualified. Whoever wins this match will join them because they'll be on 3 points. If Xiao Guidong wins, he'll be on 3 points, so he'll qualify. If Neil Robertson wins, Robertson will go to 2 points. We'll actually have Lyons, Xiao Guidong, the loser of this match we're watching here, and Robertson all on 2 points. So, but Neil Robertson is lacking frames. The most he can get to is 11. Xiao Guidong's already got 12 with the 2 he's won in that match. So Xiao Guidong's going to be above Lyons. It's pretty complicated still, isn't it? We've only got a couple of frames to play.
Well, if Robertson were to beat Xiao and Wu were to beat Bingham, I think Lyons will be coming back tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that because Xiao Guidong's got 12 frames and Ollie's only got 11. Anyway, there'll be better people than us working that out. Right now, this is the decider.
Deciding frame. So, break.
Not normally this complex so late, is it? Great to see. What we do know is that the decider here and the Wuizing Stuart Bingham match will basically do our maths for us.
Yeah, I think Ollie needs Xiao Guidong to win this. And he needs Wuizing to beat Bingham, then he will be 5th. Meanwhile, there is another great Neil Robertson long red. Seen a few of these flying in, not just from him today.
Honestly, the amount of balls spotted directly off the break, it's increasing all the time.
Well, this is going to get them moving, this shot. Played it nicely, didn't he? Played it with control. Moving a few more reds into play, staying on the black. I mean, it's not breaking news that Neil Robertson is one of the great break builders, one of only 4 players to have made over 1,000 centuries. Made a maximum at the Crucible. Of course, he was the first player to make in excess of 100 centuries in a season. 103 he made back in 2013-14.
Yeah, what an achievement that was. OK, the number of tournaments then, yes, it was on the rise, but
24.
there are far more tournaments now. So to make 100 plus in that campaign. Simply outstanding.
Yeah, and also just to maintain that level of concentration, you know, frame by frame, match by match, tournament by tournament.
25.
If Robertson wins this frame, he goes to 2 points. He would be on 11 frames won, the same as Lyons. But he would have lost 16, whereas Lyons has only lost 15.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can say, and I hope I'm right, that if Wuizing beats Bingham, Ollie Lyons is 5th, regardless of who wins this match.
32.
Bingham and Robertson will be relegated.
And I think 5th for Lyons would mean more to him than any other player in the group finishing 5th. Where he is in the rankings, that earning opportunity would be really welcome.
The only possible wrinkle, and there's always a wrinkle, is if it was 3-2 Wuizing Bingham, then Bingham and Lyons would actually be level. And Bingham beat him yesterday. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Phil, but the mists are clearing. They certainly are in this frame, because Robertson is in a golden position to win it. And fair play to him, you know, he came out for this match probably thinking he was out, looked a bit sort of flat, but then the chance to make that high break came along, he went for it. He stuck to his task in the last frame, and he's in this frame determined to win, which is what the great professionals do, of course.
Yeah, just dug into that cue ball a little. That's why it's finished on the side cushion, hard on the side cushion, and talking of hard, that's what this shot is, especially at pace. The pendulum swings again.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a match winner had it gone in, but he spread them everywhere. Now, what's he actually on here? Because he's finished very close to that red to the left of the cue ball, which is cutting off quite a few options. He was a bit lucky there, and meanwhile that was just a mistake from Xiao Guodong, and again, you know, that could have finished worse actually. A little kiss to the side cushion may have rescued him. Well, he's got a chance at the red, needs good cueing, and that's exactly what he delivered.
One.
Stayed down on that one. The brown was never in doubt. It was more a question of keeping his beady eyes on the cue ball, which hasn't been favourable. And look at this table. Okay, the green is off its spot, not ideal. The red close to the green pocket, again, not ideal, but in general, what an opportunity for a counter-attack.
Well, it was, but he's completely lost his way. Meantime, Wuizing is about to beat Bingham 3-1. In fact, he's just finished. Felt like that cue ball bounced off the cushion. But yeah, 3-1 to Wuizing, so he's going to be in the playoffs, clearly. Bingham's going to be relegated. What a pot that was.
Well, the bounce that Xiao Guodong had was explosive, to say the least. But in the end, you know, the angle he got on the pink and being able to take this red off the cushion actually has done him a favour.
Well, we can sort of clear it up for you now. Xiao Xingtong's going to finish top. Mark Selby second. third will depend on the result of this match. If Xiao Guidong wins this match, he will finish third ahead of Wuizing. Oliver Lyons will be fifth. Stuart Bingham and Neil Robertson will be relegated.
And what a turnaround in fortunes for Bingham. He won his first match 3-2 against Lyons.
Done.
He won his second match 3-1 against Robertson, and then it was nothing but defeats.
Yeah, it's been the other way around for Stuart sometimes here. There was a couple of years ago, I remember he lost heavily on the first day and it was all kind of doom and gloom, and then he turned it round the second day. As you say, it's the opposite here. This frame, it's been a bit stop-start, this decide. I don't know whether Xiao Guidong knows he's through or not. He maybe doesn't, but he'll still be trying to win the frame anyway. Well, that didn't look in, frankly, but anyway, it's gone in.
This is not one-upmanship, Dave, honestly. When Xiao Xintong played Mark Selby earlier, he had a black to that pocket that was even wider and went in.
19.
So there's going to be 3 Chinese and Mark Selby in the semis. Xintong and Selby have played the best snooker, but we'll see whether that bears out in the knockout phase. Be a great final if they were to meet.
26. Free.
So Xiao closes the gap to 14 points. It does mean he will need the green. The sole obvious stumbling block on the table.
Well, the red hasn't gone in.
47.
The only good thing for Xiao here, Robertson also needs the green.
So, 47.
Really good shot that, played with a lot of deep screw and reverse side to give him some form of angle on the yellow. A good enough angle to drop in behind green.
I think Neil Robertson has been, as you'd expect from him, a good pro in this match.
13.
He hasn't just gone through the motions. And he's going to be the winner. So by my reckoning, it's going to be Xiao Xintong against Xiao Guidong and Mark Selby against Wuizing in the semis. Let's hope I'm right.
I think you are, Dave.
Well, let's hope so, because it was quite a group, wasn't it? With Xintong winning all 6, it did open up chances, even for players on 2 points. But Neil Robertson and Stuart Bingham, 2 great world champions, have been relegated. Oliver Lyons will be 5th, and we'll be back in 5 minutes for the semi-final. Xiao Tong against Xiao Gudong, Mark Selby against Wuizing.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Xiao makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Xiao has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again!
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego.
Jesus Christ.
What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah!
How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
Bigger and better.
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Welcome back to the playoffs in Group 5 of the BetVictor Championship League. And confirmation that Dave Hendon was correct. This is the lineup. Xiao Guodong gets in with 2 points. You don't always see that. But he's in 4th place and he will now take on Xiao Xintong, the table topper, in the match we're concentrating on table 1. As for table 2, Mark Selby will take on Wuizing. Oliver Lyon's delighted to be 5th. He's coming back for Group 6 tomorrow. 2 world champions, Neil Robertson and Stuart Bingham. Their race is run. So as is always the case, we'll keep you right up to date with Wu against Selby. Here, the man who was perfect in the round-robin phase with 6 wins out of 6. Xiao Xintong, yes, he should be favourite to win this match. But over the best of 5, and it's a clean slate, how can you possibly write off the chances of Xiao Guodong, Stephen?
Yeah, it's still wide open, isn't it? But as you say, Xiao Xintong's certainly the big favourite, not because he's world champion, not because of where he's ranked, but mainly because of how he's played in this group. As you alluded to, he's unbeaten. He's played really, really nicely. It's not often you see a player, though, and correct me if I'm wrong, Phil, win all their matches in the group stages and then go on to win the group. Can't remember a time that that's happened.
Yeah, it does occasionally occur, but yeah, you're quite right. The strike rate of 100% records in the round-robin phase converted into group wins isn't what you might imagine.
I suppose the law of averages would suggest that at some point you'll come unstuck over the best of 5 race. It's quite a short sprint, but from what we've seen so far, there's no evidence to suggest that Xiao Xintong's race has been run just yet.
So, in the winners group already, we've got 1 Chinese player and 3 Englishmen. In the semi-finals here, we've got 3 Chinese players and 1 Englishman. So the only certainty there is that 2 nations will supply the first 5 players into the winners group, which takes place here next month. For what it's worth, 2 meetings in this tournament already between these two. Xiao Guodong beat Xiao Xintong 3-0 in Group 4, highlighted by a 1-3-1 break. In this group earlier on, Xiao beat Xiao Guodong 3-1. Breaks of 77, 75, 57. That was after losing the opening frame.
Well, it's always a big concern if you're the player that's just played that particular shot, missing the reds on the way down, knowing that the cue ball is going to go thick into the back of the reds. You're praying that you don't leave anything, but he did leave something. So, first chance for the world champion. Oh, he's not played that well. Caught the complete wrong part of the pack of reds there. There's a little gap you can see just at the back of the main cluster. He's gone right into it, needed to come right side of them. Oh, that's a brilliant pot. So coolly played. Didn't hesitate. Just got down, struck it in. Clean as a whistle. Nicely on this black. And now he really can get to work. These reds are nice now.
8.
The way he knocks in reds, like the initial one here, and then builds something big, that in itself is demoralising to the opponent. Scary. And of course, Stephen, you know all about that because you had that tremendous run at the Saudi Arabia Masters. Came up against Xiao in the last 32. And he was red hot.
Yeah, and the word you just used a moment ago to describe what it's like at times to play Xiao Xingtong, demoralising, that's what it felt like. But on the flip side, it was a pleasure to watch as well. It was just a shame it had to be against me. He played perfect snooker that day. I remember having half a chance in the opening frame. Very, very scrappy frame, balls everywhere. Didn't make many from it. And up stepped Xiao and made a century from a position where it looked like it'd do well to score 30, 40 points. He then went on to make 3 tons and 2 big 90s. It should have been 5 tons in a row. Perfect snooker.
I remember we spoke shortly after that and I said, well, look, at least it's better to lose that way than to lose 6-5 on the black when you've had a load of opportunities. And I think you agreed.
Yeah, because it's not very often really that somebody plays that well against you. So you know that we're all capable of playing to that level. You just expect it not to happen, I suppose. But when it does, you just have to take your hat off and say, well played, shake the hand and move on to the next one.
Now that was a misjudgment. Caught the cue ball just slightly too deep, I suppose. Dug into it a little too much. No. No! He had an outrageous fluke against Mark Selby earlier. That was even more outrageous.
Look at the little flick off the cue ball there, just to bring it away from the blue as well. Give him a nicer angle on it.
44.
Very latest from table 2. Mark Selby on a break of 81. He will lead Wuizing 1-0.
45.
Well, he's tried to make a mess of this break, but he just seems to get away with it. He does have the pink to the green pocket.
Yeah, he changed his mind a couple of times on that shot previous, that last red. Wasn't quite sure what to do with it, but landed A1 on the pink. Just needed to cue it well, right behind it.
51. $59. 6. $67. 68.
Now, could we see a milestone century here? Oh, it would have been the 100th in the tournament so far. Xiao has broken down, but after that outlandish slice of good fortune, he has taken the first frame. So the first frames on both tables have been quite quick. Selby making an 80-plus break to lead Wuizing 1-0. We've been talking for quite some time, Stephen, about this Selby Xiao Xintong meeting in the final of the group, and, well, we're on course for it.
Yeah, because it's been clear right from the offset that they are the two players really in top form in this group. They've been brilliant throughout. I think it'd be fitting to see a Selby Xintong final, but it's not guaranteed. Of course, a bit of needle in this game now between Mark and Wuizing, because Wuizing has just pinched the £500 high break from his back pocket.
Yeah, Wu is 1-4-3 in beating Stuart Bingham, the highest break of this group, and in fact the third highest break of the tournament, eclipsed only by the 1-4-7s from Chris Wakelin and Matt Selt. Now that's what you call a split from Selby. Things looking really good. We'll keep you right up to date as that frame progresses.
Yeah, he couldn't have played that any better if he'd have tried, Mark Selby. That split was absolutely perfect. Not only the reds opening, but keeping pink and black in open play. So the Jester looking very strong over on table 2. Goodness me. Oh, well, referee Natalia Gradinari has called a foul there, and Xiao is insistent that the cue ball has moved on its own.
I can't check it. It was strange here because the tip was...
But I'm no touch.
Yeah, yeah.
If I touch, I will...
Yeah, yeah, the tip was far. I just saw it.
I definitely...
Okay, yeah, yes.
Is the Mattioli Arena haunted?
Well, usually in a situation like that, the player has feathered the cue ball. I must admit, I didn't see it straight away, only from the reaction of the player and the referee. He was up very quickly there, Xiao.
I would like to see that again.
You and me both.
The salient point here is that whether that was a foul shot or not, it could make a massive difference, not just to the frame, but to the match, to the group.
Well, here it is again. Yeah, and there you can see, nowhere near it. So the cue ball must have just rocked. It is quite possible that there could be a speck of something under the cloth that the cue ball was close to and just rocked away from it, but yeah, very, very good refereeing actually from Natalia Gradinari there. The long days here at the Championship League snooker, and you could forgive them, the referees, to just drop their focus for a split second. She called the foul immediately, having seen the cue ball move, and then came to a decision with the players to reverse the decision. Fair play.
Absolutely. Xiao Guodong vindicated, and Natalia Gradinari deserves applause for not being intransigent, for not digging in her heels, accepting what the player had told her. It wasn't a mistake as such from Natalia. We saw the cue ball did move.
28.
It was just how it moved, in a very unusual way.
Oh, 28.
And so it's not a frame-winning contribution, far from it. Xiao's lead only 28, but look at Mark Selby absolutely powering on.
He just makes one visits for fun. Mark Selby, he's done it right since shot one yesterday. The scoring from the man has been absolutely ridiculous. One visit stuff.
And bear in mind, Mark Selby is the defending champion. Trying to win this Invitation BetVictor Championship League for the third year in succession. No one's ever done that before.
5.
So 2-0 Selby. Xiao hoping this chance yields 2-0 for him.
Well, that was well played, that red. The positional aspect of it landed absolutely perfect on this black. Not dead straight was key. Lovely little angle. And again, just another great example of how effortless
13.
he gets work on the cue ball. That ball striking, ball timing, absolutely perfect.
14.
It's 3 groups played for Xiao Guodong, 3 playoff appearances made. But to go all the way and win a group, that's going to be quite some task against this opponent. And indeed, the one waiting in the wings.
29. 30. 37. 38. 44. 45.
breaks of 82, then 85 from Selby for that 2-0 lead over Wuizing. And how about this, Stephen? Selby has now played 5 consecutive frames, 3 against Stuart Bingham, 2 against Wu, without conceding a single point.
That's incredible, isn't it? He is playing very, very well, Mark Selby.
60.
Undercut. Life in the frame yet.
Go. 60. Well.
So, being dead straight on this black might not be the end of the world for Xiao Guodong. He'd love to be able to screw between the 2 reds. Well, he's high on the cue ball, so he's topping round 2. Just finished slightly high of straight there, but he struck that well.
8.
And he's got options of either red.
So Guodong, 8.
Well, not much positive to say about that, apart from the fact he's reduced his deficit to 24 points, which means Xiao Zhintong will need 2 reds, 2 colours. The layup snooker is the obvious choice here. And if he can take away that right-hand side cushion, which he's going to do, this will take all the hitting.
Yeah, he may have to miss the blue this side, Xiao Guodong. Get the feeling these cushions have been playing very slippery. Quite a big slide. Well, he's going the 1 cushion route. What a shot he's played there. Well, that didn't even look on from where we are.
Wasn't that terrific? Very little margin for error. Misses the brown by hardly anything and makes a really good contact. Not that it mattered.
No, he's been very unfortunate to leave that red, because that was a really good hit from Xiao Guodong. As you say, barely any margin for error.
This hasn't been Xiao's best frame. In fact, not his best match. He's been a little sloppy at times, even though he's going to go 2-0 up. Well, I say that, Xiao needs 1 snooker.
So, value in potting this yellow now for Xiao Guodong. Well, I'm surprised. Needed that cue ball just to run on another ball, and it would have been a full ball snooker. I think Xiao Zhintong can get through to this yellow, no problems.
cue ball seemed to defy physics there with the application of all that check side. By the way, Selby's in again, 38-0 up in the balls in the third frame against Wuizing. As for the second frame here, it's now in the books. Xiao's in Tong with a couple of 60-plus breaks has quite quickly taken a 2-0 lead over Xiao Gudong. And so here's confirmation that Selby might well be in for the kill here.
Well, it's quite possible that he wins the frame at this visit and with it the match and extend that incredible run of surrendering no points whatsoever in his last 6 frames.
So coming into this frame, he'd scored 520 points without reply. So 565 and counting. He was a little concerned about that one. He tweaked a little bit of right-hand side on, I would guess, on the cue ball. Almost overcut the red. But he's getting very close to another true whitewash. When you're in the zone, it must be a
26.
A terrific place to be.
Yeah, there's no better place for a snooker player, but so many have failed to consistently find that zone. Mark Selby seems to do it
27.
So frequently. And what's more impressive about this is the downtime in between matches upstairs. You know, it's quite easy to just switch off for a moment and then maybe get lost for a frame or so when you come back out. He's hit the ground running once again.
And Selby in the last 2 matches is in what you call the O zone, because his opponent is getting O, 0, nothing, nil.
I wonder if anyone will ever pot a ball again against Mark Selby. Ever. This is just ridiculous snooker from the Jester.
Just don't want him to do anything outlandish, trying to continue the break and go in off or commit a foul shot and spoil my statistical heaven.
Look
at that, even that little shot from Mark. Plenty of right-hand side spin on the cue ball to just swing it across to get close to the red. Perfectly played.
57.
And these 2 3-0 wins he's had against Bingham and Wu. Bear in mind, these aren't some amateurs, are they? Wu, a current world ranking event champion who's considered one of the finest prospects in the game. Stuart Bingham, a man who's won the Masters and, of course, the World Championship. I think we can say it's 6 of the best. 6 frames of flawless snooker.
$73.
Someone report Mark Selby to the Monopolies Commission because he's monopolising the scoring.
$84.
Clinical is a totally inadequate word for what he's just done there, winning the last frame 123-0. So, Stephen, over the course of those two matches, Selby has scored 643 points. His opponent, nothing. Now it's a matter of whether Xiao Xintong can set up the final. I think everyone would love to see.
Yeah, and it's the final the group deserves, really. They have been the two best players. There's no doubt about it.
16.
Of course, Wuizing will be back for tomorrow's group.
17.
In terms of unanswered points, you know, we'll get the definitive from David Hendon when he comes in, but in terms of unanswered points, I believe that's a new world record.
Does it count, though, because it was against two different players?
Yeah, that's the key. Dave will be the arbiter.
73.
Yeah, Dave will have the final word on that, Phil. You've not heard the end of this.
32. 33.
78.
Chance to go into the main cluster now. Low enough on this black. Oh, but he's missed the black.
84.
Well, what a time for that to happen. The split was perfect. The pot was not.
He's won 6 out of 6 in the round-robin phase. He's 2-0 up here, and yet, I know it might sound surprising, but it's true, he has missed quite a lot of blacks off the spot over the last 2 days.
Seven. 8.
The Guinness Book of Records tells us that the 556 points of Ronnie O'Sullivan against Ricky Walden at the Masters in 2014. That's a record. What you're saying, actually, if you don't count multiple matches, is that you can't break that record unless you play a best of 11. Well, I suppose you could if you played a best of 9 and played the lights out, but essentially that record is only there if you play a best of 11 or greater.
I think it's a little bit different, though, when you're playing a match rather than 2 matches, you know, over the course of a day, like Mark has here. Different dynamic, isn't it, when you're absolutely peppering your opponent without reply, as Ronnie did to Ricky in the Masters.
Right.
I suppose, look, there are bigger problems in the world, of course, than us trying to figure out if this is a new world record, but it's some achievement anyway.
That was not some shot. Overcut the red by some way.
Right.
Oh, that's a great pot from Xiao Tong. That was mightily thin. Now this shot will tell you everything you need to know about Xiao. He always goes on the attack. Oh, he's had a right result catching the green there with the cue ball.
This has not been Xiao at his best, and yet he's still 2-0 ahead and 18 ahead in the third frame.
Well, that's a great pot from the world champion. Had to impart a trace of swerve to that cue ball to get through the gap between the blue and the brown. Fabulous shot. Couldn't do anything with the cue ball off potting the red, of course. It was purely about getting a fullish contact to the red to get it away from the pocket. In fact, it's gone in. He now takes back control of this table. Well, it's not necessarily time to shut up shop just yet. Only got the 19-point lead, still 67 on the table, so just trying to get a good cue ball. Big target in behind the yellow. Oh dear.
As you say in clubs, he's turned it over. And he might well have turned over the winning chance. Lovely double kiss to be on the green. Things are going his way. The one thing we can say about the last shot he played on the red, it didn't roll off.
Well, I must say, I do think that Xiao Tong's focus has dropped. We mentioned earlier that place that every snooker player is searching for, the zone. He's not in it. a number of errors in this frame. Errors like that. Black's off the spot that he missed earlier on going into the pack. I think both are starting to catch on now. It's become quite contagious, these mistakes, and once again another chance falls.
Yes, flawless from Selby. Plenty of faults from both in this one. And when the cue ball has come to rest, hard to imagine the frame will be resolved at this visit.
Couldn't really do a lot there. Xiao Tong just trying to get right in behind this red. He's played it quite nicely. Doesn't need to hit this too hard. Just try and get plenty of screw back on the cue ball. Yeah, just like that. Perfectly played.
6.
And again, he may not win the frame at this visit, but he's taking points away from his opponent.
.34 in front, 43 on. In an ideal world, Xiao, for some insurance, would love to put a colour safe. But he's not a conventional player, is he? So now he's 35 in front, 35 on. The best that Xiao Guodong can do without recourse to penalty points is to force a respotted black.
Yeah, I think now's the time to put a colour safe. Well, he's made a good job of it there. Okay, maybe not completely as played, but he's tied the black up completely, which is obviously to his advantage. Because Xiao Guodong needs a black with that final red.
Yeah, from Xiao Tong there, it was 3 for the price of 1. Black and brown tied up, yellow more awkward. And talking of awkward, Xiao Guodong needed a big bounce on the red there, and he got it. So in playing the snooker, actually, Xiao Tong sacrificed the cluster of brown and black together.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, the brown and black are providing a massive target for Xiao Guodong. Just seemed so unlikely that he wouldn't get the snooker there. And it's a pretty good one. Pink is a big ball coming left side. Can't swerve around the black. Might have to just manipulate the angle. Well, he's going for the swerve. This is a big one. Could hit the brown here. Yeah, he's nowhere near. That was so tough.
Playing it like that, the swerve needs to take really quickly, doesn't it? The cue ball has to bite the cloth after a few inches. Much more of a masse there from Xintong. Nevertheless, though, Xiao Guodong could steal this frame.
What?
The blue would be sufficient. He would be 25 behind if he potted with the colours remaining. Not fit for muster, though.
6.
So Xiao needs all 6 colours. Xiao Xintong needs just one of them.
Again, though, the brown and black are providing massive target. You wouldn't often say to do this to push an object ball close to a corner pocket, but the yellow over the green bag or close to that corner might be a bit of a gamble that Xiao may take. Get the cue ball down this end. That's the obvious shot. I suppose you do run the risk as if you don't get it right, you may leave an edge of the yellow. That's what he's played. Oh, he needs that yellow to pull up. It's not a good shot. That was the danger to it.
And so this is frame and match ball. By no means a certainty, even for a potter like Xiao Xintong. Now, Xiao Guodong needs only one snooker.
2.
Is that a self-imposed one? I think it is. That speed merchant Mark Selby sitting upstairs, chomping at the bit, waiting to get on the table, prevented from doing so by that grinder, Xiao Xintong.
Yeah, he probably is willing this game to hurry up upstairs. Mark Selby's got a long way to travel after this match to get home.
Stephen Horworth is being facetious. Xiao Guodong is being stubborn.
Oh, look at that. It's a brilliant shot, isn't it? Like I say, such a big target there. You do fancy going close, but he's got him absolutely nailed here. Hitting the cushion so soon with the cue ball as well just distorts the angle in your own mind. This needs judging correctly. Played it very, very nicely. Great shot.
And the key there was that he played it at quiet pace, so the angle that he wanted to obtain off that ball cushion was allowed because of the pace of the cue ball.
Yeah, and also if he drifted past the green and fouled, he wouldn't, or at least there was a chance that he wouldn't leave an easy pot on the green. Clever way to play it. The right way to play it.
And now he needs to be careful bridging directly over the black. not out of the reckoning yet. Could lay a good one here.
Yeah, and he really needs it to be a good one because he may only get one real good opportunity to land a real good snooker, and it's this one. With the brown being so close to the black. Yeah, that's okay. It's pretty tough.
I think he might be odds against hitting this. Oh no, full ball. Lovely. Trying to inject a little bit of drama there, Stephen. Made a fool of myself.
Yeah. You're fooling no one, Phil. It was a good snooker, to be fair, but it was made to look like not a very good one by a very effortless escape from the world champion.
It would be a very laborious process to go through every frame that Xiao Xintong has played in this group. But I would hazard a guess as to say this is the lengthiest. Cue ball there just a fraction too steamy, or looking at it the other way, he caught the brown just a fraction too thin.
I was about to say he's got two great big targets on this table, Xiao Guodong, for snookers, the black and pink where they're situated. But it was the blue that time in the middle of the table that was the snookering ball. And it seems to be again from that shot.
Well, he's being resilient, isn't he? Xiao Guodong refusing to wave the white flag. With every ball that Xiao Guodong pots, it becomes a little more difficult to get the snooker he needs. Now just a couple of them to hide behind. No snooker, but at least he's got the blue safe.
Yeah, now it's become in or overtime for Xiao Xintong. Every chance he gets now, it's going to be blue in or over the pocket. Well, look at this. We've seen some flukes. That was nearly right up there amongst them.
Yeah, did not play that. The double kiss propelled the cue ball into a zone he didn't anticipate. In this kind of situation, Stephen, it's all about just being careful, patient. Not talking from Xiao Tong's perspective, of course.
And of course the trouble is when you need a snooker, realistically how many have you got to lay to actually get the penalty points needed? A good few at this level. Once again that blue in or over, making it very tough for Xiao Guodong to not only get distance but of course try and get either ball in behind black or pink.
Little fortunate there to catch the second jaw of the middle pocket. Had that blue ball come down the right-hand side cushion, it would have been left. And there's still a ray of hope here, you know, for Xiao Guodong.
Yeah, in an ideal world, he wants the blue nailed to either pink or black, and the cue ball right in behind the other. Sometimes it's not easy to get both, and you have to compromise one of the balls, and that's what he's tried to do there. And once again, in or over.
And when you're in an exchange like this, it blunts the edge of even the finest potters. But the edge is blunted no more. Xiao Tong had to wait there quite some time before applying the finishing touch, but he did in the end. He defeats his fellow countryman Xiao Guodong 3-0. Both semi-finals resulted in 3-0 victories. The other one went to Mark Selby, and that's why the former world champion Selby will take on the current world champion Xiao Tong in the final of Group 5 in around 5 minutes' time. A match to savour.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Xiao makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biardo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Xiao has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again!
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it?
An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotion company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego.
Jesus Christ.
What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah!
How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
Bigger and better.
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
So we're ready for the Group 5 final. We will be very shortly between, well, it's the reigning UK champion, Mark Selby, against the reigning world champion, Xiao Tong. They played the best, didn't they? No doubt about it in the group phase. It doesn't always work out that they then reach the final, but they have done. Mark Selby took about 25 minutes to win his match, 3-0 with Wuizing. And we've just seen Xiao Tong beat Xiao Guodong 3-0 as well. So he has won 7 out of 7. You'd normally say would start favourite, but Selby has scored so heavily. He's won his last 2 matches without either opponent scoring a point. Did you get the feeling, Stephen, it could be a mini classic?
Yeah, it's got all the ingredients to be that, but I'm with you. I think Selby's a favourite for this game just on what we've seen so far, particularly today. He's been absolutely majestic, Mark Selby. The last 6 frames he's played, as you say, he's just completely blitzed his opponent. It's been a barrage of heavy scoring. So Xiao Tong has got his work cut out, but let's not forget they did play yesterday, and Xiao Tong won that match. Sorry, it was this morning, wasn't it? First match this morning. Long days here at Championship League.
Well, the time flies, doesn't it? But anyway, here comes Mark. Yeah, he was very relaxed upstairs. He was watching that semi-final and looking forward, of course, to playing Xiao Tong. I get the feeling there'll definitely be heavy scoring in this match. It could just be literally who gets in first each frame that decides them. Best of 5. So we've got Tom Ford, Elliot Slesser, Serge Aoué and Matt Sell in the winners group, and we have another place to be decided, and this really is a clash of the heavyweights.
So how key is the break-off going to be in this match? That lone red has poked its nose out. Well, call the police, he's missed one.
Well, is he going to allow Xing Tong to score any points in this match, because Bingham and Wuizing didn't? Well, there's the first point. Classic sort of cued it too well. But it really did cue it nicely. Just overdid the white.
One. Johnson on one.
Well, it's a shame really that 1 point has ended the run of no return points from Mark Selby. It was a great long red to get in. As you say, he just got into it a fraction too much. Didn't land nice on a colour, but he's got Mark nailed here. It's always a problem when you're looking to come off multiple cushions. The obvious place to leave the cue ball is nestled into the pack, but when there's reds to the side and beneath the pack, it's difficult to do that.
Well, we expect Selby's safety to be good, because it always is, and it has to be, of course, against a talent like Xiao Tong. But his will need to be good also. Selby tapping the table there, because we've seen Selby getting in and killing frames off very ruthlessly today.
Yeah, it was a good line anyway, the safety shot that Xing Tong had played, but it's even better now. He's had that little flick off the yellow. It's just created a few more problems for Mark Selby. Green is quite a big covering ball down this right side, as you can see. The blue is preventing anything down the left side. Oh, is he just trying to nestle into them here? He needs this table to run true. Another wonderfully weighted safety shot there from Mark. I wonder if the psychology of the games that have gone before will play a part in this game. Neither player wanting to present an opportunity for the other to get in from distance, and quite often that can lead to lengthy safety battles, and with it the frames can go a little scrappy. Not saying that will happen, but it seems to be happening at the moment.
Well, if you didn't know, you'd probably guess it's the final, isn't it? You know, you can tell already how serious this match is and the way it's begun. Both players very wary of the other.
Now Mark straight around to have a look to see the black. It will pot to right corner. He's got a red available to right corner as well. Can he just screw across the face of the reds back for the black into the same pocket? Yes, he can.
Yeah, so he's won the little standoff. Now can he get going in terms of scoring? They played each other at the Crucible on Xiao Xingtong's debut, and he led 5-1. But what does that mean? Selby came back and won 10-7.
That was nicely played as well. Didn't fall into the trap of trying to be too cute with that red and play a delicate little one to hold for the black. Played the percentage shot round the two cushions for the blue. Bigger area. He'll take a lot of pleasure in a break like this, Mark, if he can turn it into a one visit. Everything's quite close and congested. It puts a little bit more emphasis on your cue ball control and also your pattern play, making sure that you're taking the right ball at the right time.
23.
It'll be a very tidy contribution if he can turn it into a frame winner.
Yeah, I mean, that's his best. Mark Selby is the complete player, isn't he? He's got all the tactical knowledge in the world. He's a very heavy scorer. Knows all the shots. He's a master of psychology as well. There are times when he does doubt himself. I think there are times within matches, within tournaments, where he's gone into his shell. But when he's feeling good, Stephen Hendry has said that he can just feel like he's unplayable. Remember, he was world #1 for a 4-year uninterrupted spell from 2015 to 2019. He was winning world titles, but he's winning a lot of other tournaments as well. Big ranking events. He had fallen to 10th. I say fallen as if that's, you know, a dramatic decline. He's still number 10 in the world. But of course, since winning the UK, back up to 6. And he's second on the one-year list, so he's in good shape in all the Players' Series events.
No, but I think it is a fair comment, actually, when you say fallen to 10th, because he shouldn't be there. It's just way too low for him. He's slowly making his way back to where he belongs, and that's another delightful little developing cannon to
44.
That little cluster of 4. Had to manufacture some sort of angle there. Plenty of right-hand side spin on the cue ball. Perfectly played.
45.
I am very much in the camp, particularly since I've been coaching, of, you know, looking at junior players, and they're of course looking to sort of model their game on professional players. Mark Selby is the player that anyone should model their game on, not just how he actually plays the game, but how he conducts himself. He is the ultimate professional.
Yeah, he just loves it, doesn't he? And, you know, he acknowledges that, but for snooker, his life could have been very different, a lot more difficult. So he enjoys being a player and enjoys, of course, winning these tournaments. Now then, 59 in front. So not quite there yet. But the black to lead by 67 with 67 on. He will need another red.
Can he just nip into the cue ball and screw into the 2? Yeah, perfectly played. Is it on? Can he squeeze it past the red? This has been a great break. Yeah, it goes, surely.
Funny because we do associate him with the long matches at the Crucible, but it's worth reminding everybody he's won this tournament the last 2 years, so this Championship League with the short matches also appeals to him, but he's mishit that one. He did sit, he definitely went, I think, but he caught the other red. So Xiao Xingtong mathematically can tie.
Yeah, it didn't sound great, that. I don't know, just looking at his tip, I wonder if... was it a miscue? Because he caught an awful lot of that red, and I'm with you, I'm pretty certain that it did go. Maybe he had half a pocket to play with, but it certainly went.
Well, it's a chance. He needs blacks with the reds and then the 6 colours to tie the frame and set up a respot finish.
Well, he looks to have a perfect angle on this black. The 2 reds close together. Clearly the problem balls, but may have the opportunity to bring them into play with this shot. Every chance he'll be on the red into right corner down the rail. Yeah, nicely done. Well, he's one good shot away from going odds on to make the clearance now. If he gets this pot down the rail nice, back on the black, they're all there.
Nine. $16.
Yeah, so it's shaping up to be a very dramatic start to this final. Looked for all the world like Selby's frame. May have to be decided on an extra black.
$24. $25.
It's amazing, isn't it? He's worked so hard there, Selby, for that visit to the table. Pretty much done all the hard work, and that's always the case. If you do miss, you do present a half chance for your opponent to at least keep their hopes alive, and that's exactly what's happened.
33. $40. $42. $45.
Well, I guess pink to black possibly could go wrong, but you kind of fancy that these are already in.
49. $54.
Well, it helps that he's a left-hander, and it helps that cue ball just pulled up. If he's dead straight on this pink, just come back in a dead straight line. Oh, was that a miscue as well? I think it was. Goodness me.
Well, that has made it interesting. Suddenly he's having to get the rest out. Black to tie the frame.
Johnson on 60.
Well, he's done well to pot the pink there with the miscue. Good shot from Mark. Again, in a situation like this, it's all about the object ball. You do not have to consider the cue ball, just get that object ball safe.
So what a dramatic end. It looked for all the world like a respot, but Mark Selby has doubled the black, and after all that, it is his frame, and he leads the Group 5 final here at the BetVictor Championship League 1-0. So a lot closer than the previous 6 frames he's played in this event, where his opponent neither time scored a point. Xiao Xintong still looking at his tip. In the previous group, or Group 3 it was actually, Sergio Wei, the one he won, He actually, in 2 days, miscued 5 times. So he did actually well to win the group, because some of the shots they didn't look pretty. They never are, of course.
I think it was this time last year as well. The same thing happened with Robert Milkins, didn't it? He had a day where he just couldn't stop miscuing. It was quite bizarre. And Xiao Xingtong will be gutted that it came when it did, because done all the hard work. Just had to leave any sort of shot on the black. You was fancying for it, but to play the black as a left-hander with the rest, it was very, very awkward.
Selby looking ultra focused as he waits for the referee to set the table up for frame 2. Here it is again, the Xiao Xingtong miscue. He was smiling at Selby because, of course, Selby earlier on seemed to have done similar, but anyway, maybe the smile has gone now. Mark Selby attempting to complete a hat-trick here at the Championship League. He's won the last 2 stagings of this invitation title. Of course, firstly, he needs to get into the winners group, and he will do if he wins here tonight. That winners group, February 10th and 11th.
So Xiao Xingtong straight round to see if he can leave his cue ball low on this black and it be potable to the right corner pocket, because he's got this red that seems to have kept poking its nose out all day today. Players attempting to drop this in. And you just kind of expect him to drop it in, don't you, every time he gears up for one of them. Good shot nevertheless. Ooh, where's this red going? Wow. Oh, wow. How has that stayed out? What has happened there?
8.
It's like there's a force field around this pocket.
I mean,
repelling it.
He's good, but how's he kept that out?
Uri Geller's in the house, maybe.
9.
See, when you're world champion, these things just fall into place somehow.
Well, the only reasonable explanation for something like that to happen is
16.
when the table has gone in, maybe there's been some work to the pocket drop where the slate is. Maybe some filler. I don't know. Something under the cloth.
It's voodoo, Stephen. That's the only explanation for it. Dark forces at play.
I mean, he doesn't really need that sort of advantage, does he? He's good enough anyway. What chance have you got when you've got things like that going for you as well?
24.
It's just that sort of lazy stroll I love around the table, as if this is just sort of almost like getting in the way of later plans. I'll make a century, probably win the whole thing, and then, you know, I've got the night off. He just always looks so unflappable.
30.
Yeah, there aren't many players that have ever played this game that make it look as easy as Xiao Xingtong, but you're absolutely right. When he gets in amongst them, as he throws in a miss, when he does get in amongst them, it's very mesmerising, the rhythm that he has around the table. Never looks rushed, but one of the quickest players on tour.
Well, it was just a slight stretch. He had extra length on the cue as well. Problem though, and it's a good problem to have obviously, but when the game comes so easily, you think you never miss, and of course the game isn't that easy. You need to concentrate, and there's no doubt there are times when he's not. Selby looking at the plant.
One.
Well, now there we are again. This is Xingtong. It's a slight stretch, but you're still fancying him for it.
Selby one.
Selby's always going to play the percentage shot, which there was to lay the snooker.
Great pot.
What?
Really well played. Mark Selby will be disappointed because he attempted that red to left middle. Not with any thoughts of leaving anything available to Xiao Xingtong, but he did leave a red. It was quite effortlessly slotted home. No, this is such a tough shot, queuing down. He's played it so well. That is so good. So easy to put a little bit of unwanted side on the cue ball there and completely miss the blue.
Seven.
Yes, so now he's got everything where he needs it, and this is where he does actually have to concentrate because it feels like he's done the hard work. But just make sure of these.
It's quite an innocent shot that Mark played, and 2 shots later, Xingtong has got the whole frame at his mercy. It's amazing how quickly things can change out there.
Well, as we saw in the first frame, you have to make sure, because that came down in the end to the black after Selby led by 67.
30.
But he only needs one more red here to level up. Kind of hope it goes the distance, don't you, with these two, because there's no hardship watching these two play each other.
37. 38.
Well, it's just about enough on for a century, which would be the 100th of the event.
Six.
This is the 10th day of the Championship League, so even I can work out that's averaging 10 a day. So it just shows the level. I noticed yesterday every player here made at least one century, so again it points to strength in depth, of course.
61.
Yeah, the scoring is historically good, isn't it, in Championship League?
67.
Because we've got a player arriving tomorrow that set the record for century breaks in this event, Jack Jones, but no century here.
67.
No, but a good 67 from Xiao Tong, and in his sort of effortless way, he levelled the match. He's looking, well, a little bit tired maybe. It's been a long couple of days, but he wants to stay focused and try and put himself in that winners group and ensure a return here next month. And that would be some achievement, actually, to win 8 out of 8 in this group. You know, it's quite a rare... It's happened before, but it's quite a rare feat, really. Because they're very short matches and you're playing the best players in the world. So to win 8 on the spin would be seriously impressive.
And so much changes so quickly in this event and in the matches. You know, best of 5s. You don't have to do a lot wrong to lose a game. So it is impressive, as you say. He's won a number of matches, Xiao Tong, already in this group, 3-2. They could have quite easily gone the other way.
One each then, in this best of 5 Group 5 final here at the BetVictor Championship League. Xiao Tong, the world champion, Mark Selby, the UK champion, going head to head.
Starts frame, Xiao Tong to break.
Not wishing to open old sores, Stephen, but you've run into both of these two at various times this season. Xiao in Saudi and Mark in a qualifier.
Yeah, and both played brilliantly well. We spoke about the match against Xiao in Saudi. He played, well, as good a perfect snooker as I've ever seen, really. And Mark, you know what you're going to get with Mark. Even if he doesn't play lights out snooker, he's going to be incredibly hard to beat, and he was that day. He played fantastically well. Just shows you the level, doesn't it? Right at the top. All so good.
One.
Well, it was quite an inventive shot that he's just played there. Felt it was a natural angle for the cue ball to go into the cluster. He was searching for a red to be on. He does have one. Oh, and that's very well played also. Once again, from nowhere. And he's got these balls nicely spread. Not very often you see a baulk colour potted into a middle pocket and the cue ball develop the pack of reds in the same shot. And oh, he's missed that one. What a time for that to happen.
Yeah, this does happen though, doesn't it? You know, the odd shot that's more regulation, he's just not quite 100% on.
Now, there were signs in his previous match against Xiao Guodong in the semi-final of him, I felt, just starting to lose his focus a bit towards the tail end of that game. That maybe is another example of it.
Whereas Selby is unlikely to. It doesn't mean he'll clear up here, but he's going to give every shot the same attention. It just seems to how his mind works. I mean, when he arrives at the venue, he seems to know everything that's going on, everything that went on yesterday, everything that people are involved in. He just across everything, basically.
He is, yeah. You know, a lot of snooker players will make out they don't know what's going on, and you know, results and performances. Mark knows what's going on because he's following it. He's not just following the event he's in as well, by the way. I did catch him earlier having a conversation with the referee Natalia Gradanari, and her son Vladislav is playing in the WSF junior event that's currently being staged in Bulgaria, and he said, well, he was chatting to her and said, oh, Vlad played great in his first game earlier, so he's keeping across the amateur scene as well. Just loves his snooker. So parallel on this black, good chance to get into the reds now. Does have a red north of the cluster, but I feel the shot is to go into them here.
Didn't make a meal of that, did he? You know, that was missable, but he knocked it in.
49. $55.
Now, I'm not quite sure if the two reds beneath 60. The pink will pot to either left or right corner pocket. Mark will be praying they do. Well, you see that one right of the pink doesn't pass the other red. So presumably the left one wouldn't pass that one to the right corner. Mark probably looking for an angle there. May have to pot the red to middle now if he can. Leave the cue ball, well, somewhere where it is now, I suppose.
$68. $69.
So that miss from Xiao Tong, which came out of the blue, is to this pocket. It's very costly. Just the odd lapse in concentration is what he's guilty of.
76.
It's true of a player we'll see tomorrow as well, a wonderful talent, Jack Lazowski, who can pot anything, but there have been times over his career where he's been nicely in and just taken his eye off one, and this was a very unexpected miss from Xiao Tong.
$81.
Nicely done. So if you can land on this last red, then every chance to make the 100th century of the Championship League this year.
$87.
Again, perfectly played. He couldn't have placed the cue ball any nicer. Nice little angle to just run it out for the black. Really good visit. Clinical stuff from Mark Selby, making Xiao Tong suffer.
Selby is the leading century break maker this season. This will be his 49th.
95.
The green then, and it's century number 100 for this year's Championship League, just showing the high standard in the game right now, the heavy scoring.
100.
And Mark Selby's been at the forefront of that in this group. And he's in front in this final once again.
104. $109.
Flawless break, this. Really good stuff. Mark Selby with a clearance of 122 to take a 2-1 lead over Xiao Tong in the final here of Group 5 of the Championship League. Well, he's just leaving the arena. We can just mention briefly the players coming in tomorrow. Of course, the losers in the playoff and Oliver Lyons in 5th come back. But also, we've got 3 new players. So Jack Lisowski, who I mentioned, of course, Northern Ireland Open champion, one of the great moments of this season when he finally won his first title against his good friend Judd Trump. Jack Jones, who made the record 32 centuries, as Stephen mentioned earlier, last year. So he, I'm sure, will be delighted to be back here again. And Zhang Anda, of course, who has actually dropped out the top 16 but was in there for a good year and on his day capable of... I always think of that Ben Woollister match in Saudi when he made the 4 total clearances, capable of real heavy scoring. So they'll be the 3 players, the new players coming in. Xiao Xingtong, of course, could be coming back, but I'm sure he'd rather get to the winners group. And obviously, Zhao Guodong and Wuizing will return as well. The 2 semi-final losers earlier on.
Yeah, it seems to be quite a common thing you hear when talking about the Championship League, particularly in the Players' Lounge, that the ideal scenario to be in is starting Group 1, get to the final, lose in the final, come back for Group 2, get to the final, lose in the final, so on and so forth. But I suppose when you're in the final, you don't want to lose, do you? Because you want to book that place in winners group. Okay, there is a lot of prize money on offer. Here is the prize money. You can soon accumulate the money, can't you, Dave, over the days involved in this group?
You can, but I think we saw with Jack Jones last year, you know, he played the first 7 groups and in the end he pulled out of Group 7. Like he'd gone mad. He spent so much time here. So I think eventually, really sooner rather than later, you do actually want to get in the winners group because you can see the prizes available there. The winner gets 10,000, but of course plus all the money that's been accumulated along the way. And of course it goes up to £200 a frame in the league phase, 300 in the playoffs. So there's a lot of money you can win, but really, to really win the big money, you have to get in that winners group.
Yeah, and I suppose as well from an energy point of view and, you know, mindset, coming back the next day to try and get up for it and get hungry again to play really well, I suppose that in itself poses some challenges.
I think as well, like, as you know, the calendar, certainly for the top players, is so crowded. Do you really want to play 6 days here, fly straight to Germany, then you're flying straight to Hong Kong, you know, then you might come back here, you know, you don't mind a couple of days at home maybe. I don't know, everyone's different, but I think right now Mark Selby will be determined to win this match and ensure that he is in the winners group. I mean, he'll be going home either way, of course, because he lives local. It's just a question of whether he's coming back tomorrow or whether Xiao Xingtong will have another go. It's worked out well for your pal, though, Oliver Lyons, isn't it? Because, you know, he's got in, obviously, with Kyron withdrawing, but he's got another 2 days. So, you know, great day's practice and obviously the opportunity to earn money and maybe put himself in the winners group as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the perfect scenario, really, for him. Good match practice. He'd only be down the club, you know, probably hitting balls on his own, and good match practice, good solid match practice against top players is priceless, really. So it's been a good couple of days, I suppose, and another group to go at. Still gobsmacked he was awake at 9 o'clock in the morning to answer the phone call. I think that's the biggest surprise.
Well, he's taking this brown on. Just no holding back, was there? Wasn't interested in tapping up behind a colour.
5.
Very interesting to see how he does get on at the Crucible this year, because of course last year was a different scenario. He wasn't even on the tour, came through the amateur ranks. There was no real expectation on him to do well. He did fantastically well, but now he's the defending champ, so there will be expectation on him, and it's how he manages that.
13.
Meanwhile, I think this has gone wrong. Doesn't look like he's on one. Can't see that one. Pretty sure though, if you know, and it'll happen, the media will start asking about the Crucible Curse. I can't think of many people who could care less about that than him. He's just not interested in it, is he? Why should he be? Oh dear, dear, dear. He's had a couple of flukes, hasn't he, today, in fairness?
Yeah, he has, and look at this one for a 3-ball plant. And it's a good job the red went in, because catching the jaws of the corner pocket with a cue ball is usually a disaster.
Six.
Well, he's always on the hunt to find a pot, Xiao Xingtong. And that's another very nice one. Not just the pot.
7.
Didn't have all that much control over the cue ball, just guided it off the pink into a good area. But he's still not yet in prime position here. Needed that cue ball to run on probably 8-10 inches further. Now I'll be happy with that.
10. $17. $18.
Well, when they played first thing this morning, it was Xingtong who won 3-2. And it's starting to look like we're heading for another deciding frame finish, this time to decide the whole group.
26.
But we saw him miss unexpectedly that red in the last frame. He's got to make sure here.
$33. $34. $39.
He's done well here, Xingtong. It looks like he's almost been fighting against himself with his focus and concentration throughout this break. Not quite happy in the early part of it with his cue ball control, but managed to retrieve it. And now just a few pots away from taking us the distance.
$47.
Yeah, he's not quite there. Still could do with the red and the black. And the red stays out.
Johnson done. 47.
And plenty on for Mark, 75 on the table, so quite a big shot, this first red. If he can pot it, he's got a wonderful chance, but nothing easy. Might have to be the red up into the yellow pocket. Does have the red into the right middle as well. Oh, great shot. So Mark Selby gets the chance now to make a counter clearance similar to the one that Xiao Tong had in the opening frame. Wasn't able to convert. Can Mark Selby pinch this frame and with it the group?
Well, you've got to say it's a great chance because there's nothing safe. There's been very little between these two in this match. Just the odd shot here and there has made a difference.
And he's landed perfect on this pink now to just screw across the underside of the two reds beneath his arm for the right middle pocket. Play for an area there. Chance to land on both. Ideally, you'd love to be on the one that he is on. That was the hardest red to actually get on. So this really is a glorious chance now.
It seems he's played particularly well today. You know, today he scored heavily, had those two matches against Stuart Bingham and Wuizing when they didn't score between them a single point. Xiao Tong, of course, won all 6 matches in the group. He won his semi-final as well. But it's out of his hands now whether he'll get another shot in the final.
Well, this feels like the key shot now for me. If he can navigate this red, cue ball presumably between pink and black, nicely on either. He really should take this chance. Well, decided to play into a different area. The red being in balk is helping Mark here. Again, points aren't the issue. Can take any colour, it doesn't matter.
Well, if he lands on this last red, then can't see how he's not going to win. And he's on it fine, so they're all there for him for the big steal. Of course, he's looking to complete 3 straight victories in the Championship League, and of course last year he won this just around the time that he won the Welsh Open as well, so he carried that form through. This season he's won Champion of Champions in the UK Championship. He's made more centuries than anyone. He's playing seriously well. I know he lost first round at the Masters, but I think that's just a blip. In general, Selby, he's playing as well as anyone on tour and better than most. Xiao Tong has won 7 out of 7, but this 8th match looks like defeat, and he'll have to start again in Group 6 unless something goes wrong dramatically in the next minute or so. Can't see it though.
No, he's been the standout player today, Mark Selby. He's scored for fun all day, really. And this is just a classic Mark Selby frame to win. Just felt like the break from Xiao Tong was starting to get away from him, and ultimately he paid the price with the misread to middle. Up stepped the Jester. He's taken them really well so far.
52.
Perfect.
Yeah, what a player he is. Whether he's here in his home city of Leicester or anywhere else in the world, just so hard to beat because in all areas
58.
he's so strong. So the black then, and Mark Selby will be the winner of Group 5 of this BetVictor Championship League. And honestly, the clearance never looked in doubt. Rock solid as ever. Mark Selby defeats the world champion Xiao Tong 3-1. Tong had the chance to force the decider, but broke down. In steps Selby, and he gets the job done. And he'll be back next month for the winners group. He'll be joining Tom Ford, Elliot Slessor, Sergio Way, Matt Sell, and 2 players, of course, still to be found the rest of this week. Do stay with us because we'll be speaking to Mark and hearing what he's got to say. One thing's for sure, Stephen, he loves this event, doesn't he?
Yeah, it seems that way. And, you know, we often look at these short formats and think, well, maybe it could throw up a surprise winner, but history tells us that the big hitters tend to do well in any event, and this is no different. Mark Selby in the hunt still for a 3rd in a row.
Yeah, Judd Trump and John Higgins, they've won it 3 times, haven't they? So it just shows, as you say, the big hitters in any format come good. If they have a sniff of a trophy, they're going to play well. He certainly played well today in particular. I mean, Xiao Tong played well over the 2 days, but in the end, in the final, it was Mark Selby who got the job done. And as I say, he can relax a little bit for the rest of the week, get ready for the German Masters, and he'll be back here, of course, next month. So we're just going to go over to Phil Yates, who will do the interview.
Mark, even by your standards, that was a pretty special display today.
Yeah, over the 2 days I felt like I played some good stuff. You know, I scored really well, I think, in the 2 days of being in the group. Felt confident when I got my chance I was going to win the frame in one visit. And yeah, it was a great final day. You know, we both played some good stuff.
Yeah, you reserved your best until last. To beat 2 opponents without either potting a ball back-to-back, that's not something you see too often.
No, incredible. But, I mean, it can easily be done, you know, in a best of 5. You don't have to do much wrong but to be losing 3 frames, and that's it. Especially when you look at the group, you know, the quality of the group, it was like all top players all the way through it.
And then, of course, in the final, Xiao Tong, who perhaps is the toughest player to beat out of the lot of them in the group. And in the end, not only did you make a big break, but you made a lovely clearance to clinch it.
Yeah, I knew I had to play somewhere near how I've been playing today, you know, to have a chance because, you know, he's not world champion for nothing. It's great to watch. Even just sitting in my chair, just watching him stroll around the table. Looks like he's at home with his slippers on, you know, like he's not got a care in the world. But, you know, I had to play well and I did.
So you're in the winners group. It's a great way to launch your title defence. And I suppose now giving yourself some time off before the German Masters is also a bonus.
Yeah, I mean, it was win-win either way for me. I mean, with it just being down the road, it's ideal practice, you know. If I didn't get through, I wouldn't be too disappointed because I've got another couple of days if that was the case. But, you know, getting through, like you say, gives me a few days off to prepare for Germany now.
No one's won this BetVictor Championship League invitation version 3 successive years. You could do it. You must be feeling pretty good about your chances.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm in the grand final, so I've got a chance. But, you know, it's still going to be tough. As I say, best of 5s, it's a lottery. So, yeah, I'll go out there and give it my best shot, and hopefully that's good enough.
Really good stuff today. You were in the zone. Back to you, Dave.
Cheers, Phil.
Yes, well done to Mark Selby, and of course we will be back. He won't be, but we'll be back tomorrow for Group 6. As I say, the players coming in, Jack Lazowski, Jack Jones and Jan Gander, and of course the returning players from this group. We're back at 11 o'clock local time, so do join us for Group 6 here at the BetVictor Championship League in Leicester. For now, it's good night.